December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Welcome to the FIDE Online Chess Museum. The International Chess Federation proudly presents the FIDE Chess Museum, an online space celebrating the rich history and evolution of chess. Explore exhibits that trace the game's fascinating journey. Discover the origins of chess, beginning in the distant past, and follow FIDE's centenary journey. Rare chess sets, unique books and memorabilia, autographs of chess legends, trophies of historical tournaments, and stories of the chess champions. Explore the game's legacy and future. Chess is more than a game. It's a global culture of strategy and unity. Join us to experience this unique online journey where history, culture, and passion for chess converge. And also on your phone.
The crucible of competition. The eyes of the world. Goa, India, hosts the 2025 FIDE World Cup, where over 200 of the top chess players in the world face off in an 8-round knockout tournament.
This queen has nowhere to go. That is the end.
Excellence, perseverance, and stamina bring glory, national pride, and a spot at the illustrious Candidates Tournament. The globe's best chess players hope to add their name to the list of champions.
Woo, he made a move in 1 second.
The 2025 FIDE World Cup. Let's get these games started.
Goa's shores may be calm and quiet, but beyond the beauty lies a battleground where nerves are tested to the limit. For nearly a month, the FIDE World Cup has pushed every competitor through a brutal knockout format. We began with more than 200 of the world's best chess players. Now only 4 remain, split between 2 monumental matches of the finals that begin today. On the top board, Wei Yi and Javokir Sindarov will fight for the World Cup title. By making it all the way to the finals, they both already have qualified to the candidates. Now the question is, who will claim the trophy and become the World Cup champion in Goa? But all eyes will also be on the 3rd place match, because the winner of the duel earns the final coveted spot in the 2026 Candidates Tournament. I am your host, International Master Anna Rudolph, and I'm thrilled to be joined by world-class commentator Grandmaster David Howell. And, of course, the greatest female chess player of all time, Grandmaster Judith Polgar. Judith, welcome to the finals!
Hi, it's great to be here and looking forward for all the excitement. Yeah,
It
we're
is
finally
the
here. Let's
final
go.
days, yes. How long has it taken us? Nearly a month this competition has been ongoing, but now we are here, you are right. And let's take a look at how we got here. We started with 206 participants in Goa at the World Cup, and now we are left with only 4 players. If we bring up their path all the way to the finals, this has been quite the ride. David, if you were to point out some of those clashes for Sindarov and Wei Yi, which ones call your attention the most?
Yeah, I would say it's been a long path for both of them, a difficult one. Sindarov did defeat the likes of Frederick Svana, who knocked out Gukesh. Earlier, he took down Yu Yang in tiebreaks. He beat Jose Martinez in tiebreaks. And then yesterday, we did see that clash of the Uzbeks against his good friend Nodirbek Yakuboev. He was ruthless in the end. He had to be against his friend, but he got the job done. Looked very, very convincing. I don't remember many games where he's been in trouble the whole month, the whole tournament. So yeah, very, very impressive. We see his performance rating over 2750. He's going to be full of confidence heading into the finals today.
Extremely, of course, impressive for a 19-year-old in the finals, and his opponent is none other than China's #1 player, Wei Yi. Judith, when you look at his performance and his path to the finals, what would you highlight as some of the biggest matches that he had?
Well, by the number of games, it's very clear that against Max Odlo, that was a huge match. And later on, I would highlight, I think, against Eric Gaisi, because that was in the first 3 games, it was a draw. And the final game, he was able to win in his famous petrol. Where there are so many dangers for white, as we know it from practical aspect of it. So he has all this energy and performing very well in crucial moments of the game. He pulls himself together, like we've seen also against Esipenko, this crucial, fantastic sacrifice and tactical vision and calculation he made against Esipenko in game 1. So it's a very exciting final for the first prize for the cup. And I think we are going to see something really nice there.
So much at stake, and these are the final 2 or 3 days of the World Cup. Let's go over to Goa and talk to our reporter on site, Rakesh Kulkarni, on what we can expect for today.
Welcome to the finals of the FIDE World Cup. We have the beautiful trophy named after Vishy Anand, as you can see here. And the 2 players who are going to be playing the finals are Yavakir Sindarov versus Wei. There also are 2 candidates. Remember, this is day 22 of this long and gruesome tournament. So we'll see if stamina or energy proves important. But that's our 2 finalists. But another important match is between Andrei Esipenko and Nodirbek Yakuboev for the 3rd place match. Apart from the bronze medal of the World Cup, it's very important to find out who's going to be our 3rd candidate. Those 2 have locked up, but we'll see if Esipenko or Yakuboev become our next candidate. Remember, we have never seen a candidate without a Russian player. So if Esipenko doesn't make it, we might see history. Everything to play for. We'll see who's going to get the medals. Classical game coming up. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you so much, Rakesh, for the breakdown. And this is it, the finals, the pairings for the finals. As Rakesh already has mentioned, for the first place, we have Javokir Sindarov against Wei Yi. And for the 3rd place, Andrei Yesipenko against Nodirbek Yakuboev. Judith, how unique this situation is that we're going to be looking at a match for the 3rd place that actually has a lot on the line. There's a 3rd qualification spot to the candidates tournament. This is the first time that the World Cup is giving 3 places, 3 spots for the candidates. How do you see this system and this unique feature that the 3rd place match actually matters a lot today?
Well, it's definitely something very unusual. At the same time, it is fantastic that we can see 2 matches, which has a really big thing at stake. Because of course, to win a World Cup, it is something you will remember in your career for a long time, because it means that you have to be you have to have the energy, the stamina, resilience, the timing, the focus, and so many other things you have to have in order to win the World Cup. Unfortunately, I never won one. But I mean, it's a long tournament, as Rakesh pointed out, that it's 22 days that they are there already playing, and even they arrive for surely 1-2 days beforehand. So it is a great marathon for the players. At the same time, Esipenko and Yakuboyev, of course, for them it is just as hard because they are there playing also for so many days. They did not play the same amount of games though because of the extra playoffs, but it is going to be really tough and huge tension, even if it's only 4 players in the playing hall where they started out with 206 players. I'm sure the tension is higher than ever.
Such high tension and so much at stake, as you mentioned, Judith. David, when we're looking at Yakuboyev's path all the way to the semifinals against Sindarov, what caught your attention the most and how he performed? Very little tie breaks he has played.
That's right, only 2 tie breaks he's played. He won in round 3 in the tie break and lost in the semi-final tie breaks yesterday. But he's been very impressive, especially with the white pieces. He's won 4 matches in the classical alone. Every time he won with white and drew with black. It was the same recipe. His white repertoire very, very strong. So today he starts with black against Yesipenko. I don't think he'd be too unhappy with the draw, as he's the newest member of the 2700 club, Yakubov.
Newest and proudest member of the 2700 club, indeed. Judith, when we take a look at Yesipenko's round by round results and making it all the way to the semifinals, and that really tragic moment when he blundered his rook against Wei Yi, how do you see his performance so far and his chances to get that 3rd spot for the candidates?
Well, we can see that he's by far not the player who wins the matches out of the 2 classical games. As you see, he's probably one of the players who played the most number of games in the event. And I think it adds up. And that's the reason why it could happen that yesterday he was still a little better position, lost the rook. Though I have to say that Wei deserved to win the match, I believe. But this was so painful that it was such a blackout at this point, in the worst possible moment of the event, basically blundering a rook. So, I mean, he has a fantastic tournament himself, and I'm pretty sure that he was able to recover from yesterday. But of course, these kind of mistakes and blackouts can haunt you in crucial moments. So we'll see how much he could recover and how much he could recharge himself for today's game.
That's going to be a very important question indeed, if he can put that behind him. There is no day off. There is no rest for the wicked. They are back now from yesterday's tiebreaks to play it out for the very first place here. China's number 1 player, Wei Yi, with the black pieces, waiting for his opponent, Javokir Sindarov. And we see a crowd gathering behind him already to make the ceremonial first move also on the other board. Let's take a look at... Oh, the other players are not here yet. Everyone is taking a bit of time collecting those water bottles that Wei already has gathered. They're so small. I cannot not emphasize how small those water bottles are. We see them bringing a couple of them to the board to make sure that they are well hydrated throughout the games.
3 is the magic number. He has 3 water bottles. No excuses about being dehydrated in this game, Yakubov, and it's just a question about Yesipenko. I think his fighting spirit, Judith, it's got to be dampened somewhat after what happened yesterday. Do you think Yesipenko will just try to get an extra rest day for himself today with a quick, safer draw, or do you think he's going to come back and try to put those ghosts to bed by trying to fight as hard as he can?
Well, this is a huge question, and again, I would bring up the question, the psychology element also of the mini matches, right? That you play with the white pieces first. What does it tell you? What strategy you're bringing with you? Is it going to be something that, okay, I'm going to make a quick draw as quick as possible, because against the opening repertoire Wei has, if it's a Petrov, let's face it, if you want to make a draw, you just make a draw, right? If you want to win very hard, then Sorry, I mixed up the player. But generally speaking, it's a big psychological question whether how you come to play there. I mean, it's also a possibility how Magnus is taking it, right? When he was playing the World Championship match and in the final game when he played against Karyakin was surely preparing a lot and he thought, okay, I just make a draw and I go for the playoff. So psychological tricks can be useful, but I'm not sure Esipenko is ready to do that. Of course, he could say that I make a very solid game, very solid way of making an easy day for myself just to recharge myself with energy. At the same time, it's a big question whether what is more important, that he fights it out and he believes in himself that he can score a full point today, or he says, okay, today I want to go on low energy. I have low energy. I want to make a draw. And the next day I'm going to be holding the position and then maybe even go for looking forward for a playoff. You don't know. Because these strategies makes a lot of sense when it comes to the end of the event and you try to surprise your opponent, not only on the chessboard, but off the chessboard as well.
So much to consider, and the games have just begun. Sindarov with e4, both of them looking so sharp and elegant. It goes to show that this is it. This is the finals. They're playing for the first place. They are wearing their best suit, their best shirts, and they are ready for the fight. Are we going to see a Petrov here, David?
Yes, surely. Where he does sometimes play knight c6, but at the World Cup, he's been very consistent. There we go. He's going to try and neutralize white, maybe ask Sindarov to overpress, as we've seen some players do against the Petrov at this tournament. We have one Petrov, we have a Sicilian on the other board.
Sorry, I just wanted to highlight that it was so interesting for me to see yesterday when Sindarov won his match. He went out of the building. We've seen these happy moments, cheerful moments with his brother and coach, but he was so straightforward, running away from the playing hall, like he was already in focus for today's game. I had the feeling he won the game. He knew he did it. He knew that it's time for celebration, but not yet, because he knows that the next mission was accomplished for him, the main mission to qualify to the candidates. He also knows it exactly. You know what? I mean, I'm on the way to win this event. So I think he had this energy when he left the playing hall that, okay, this is done. Great. Now the next step. And then he was running so straightforward. I understand that it was also running away from the media because he doesn't want to lose any energy. But also somehow I saw the determination in him that he was going back to the hotel and immediately switch his brain into the next game. So we'll see how sharp he is and what kind of preparation he has. But I have the feeling that definitely this game, he wants to play it out. He does not have this idea that I'm going to make a short draw or an easy draw. I want to make Wei sweat in this game to feel that I'm putting the pressure. So I'm very curious how it will be unfolding this game. But I had somehow this feeling of looking his body language that he's kind of ready. That, you know what, I'm here, I qualified, but I still have my job to do one more thing.
One more thing indeed, and he could become the youngest winner of the World Cups, I believe, only at the age of 19. Huge match in his career, and the other huge matches for the third place, because that is for the candidate spot. David, let's take a look at the opening moves in the Andrei Yesipenko Nodirbek Yakuboyev game to see how we got into this not that common situation of this pawn structure for black. What line of the Sicilian are we looking at?
Yeah, let's do a quick action replay from the start. I was joking with you guys before the show began that we would see the four knights today. I was more talking about e4, e5 four knights, but we see the Sicilian four knights instead. And that was after e4, c5, open Sicilian, take, knight f6. And this is one of the most trendy Sicilians nowadays with e6, the four knights variation. White can play knight b5 if you're willing to transpose into a Sveshnikov potentially with knight b5, d6, bishop f4, e5, bishop g5, and often players use this move order with black to try and get this just to avoid some bishop b5 Sicilians or other lines. But instead, there is this option, which Yasipenko chose, knight takes knight, the more ambitious one, and e5. And this used to have a very good reputation for white, but in recent times, black's been holding with queen c7 as kind of the other main move, but bishop b7, and basically saying, I have a big hole on d6, but at some point you might have to occupy it with a knight. I'll take that knight off, and the play will become very positional. White's pawn could be very strong, but also very weak. And this bishop, actually, normally a bad piece in this opening, might become quite strong after c5 as well. Bishop d3 was Yasipenko's choice. I think c4 is the main line. And so that has forced Yakubov to think a bit. Interesting choice here from both, showing ambition, I think, both sides.
Yeah, this bishop d3, I'm looking at the database just to see like how common or not it is in terms of like the choices that you have mentioned, David, with c4 being one of the main moves. Bishop to e2 is also a lot more popular. There's over 440 games, and bishop to d3 was only played in 32 out of the over 440 games. So quite a small sample of games, and it explains why Yakuboyev is thinking it's not the most forcing line with c4, and the bishop is not going to the usual square on e2. Judith, in your chess career, and of course playing the Sicilian with both sides, how do you see these variations? And for the match situation, do you think this is a good choice? And who is the one who's happier with the outcome of this opening here?
I don't know. I was playing, of course, from the white side, this system, and most of my opponents were playing the other, not bishop b7, but queen c7, f4, queen b6, or that's how, something like that, or how does it go? And c4, f5, or bishop b4. Yeah, there are all kind of lines, and it was one of the strangest opening, I think, in some ways, what I've played, because it becomes so concrete, because otherwise it can be such a problematic positionally for black, that even white can go king e2. I mean, obviously, this is not something we learn to go king e2 kind of moves, but it's affordable in some cases if black doesn't have enough counterplay immediately and instantly. And so it is an opening which generally I like to play with white. At the same time, it's not so easy at all. Like if we go back to the actual live position, bishop b7, bishop d3, it looks much better most of the time with white than it is. And for black, definitely it is a system where f5 is a very common continuation, forcing the white knight either to move away, or most likely, most often, white is going to be exchanging the pawn on f6, exchanging possibly the knights, and there is maybe 4 bishop on the board left with the rooks and the queens. And there's a very interesting pawn structure in this position, because white has the 3 pawns on left and on the queen and king side. At the same time, black might end up having 4 pawns in the center, c, d, e, and f. So it is some very unusual, and it also happens that black is not necessarily castling in this game, while for white it will be very normal to castle already. I think it's a very solid game. I don't think Yasipenko is complaining at all to have this position. I think it's a pretty safe position. So it's black who has to make the right approach right now in the next few moves. And then we are going to see in 4 or 5 moves whether is it okay for black and it's completely balanced for him, or he can get a little treble, which means most of the time that it's not a huge treble, but it means that it can be a very unpleasant position.
And maybe that's what he's considering. He might be comparing this bishop to d3 to the lines with bishop to e2, because now that I'm looking a little bit deeper into the line, David, if we were to show bishop e2 being the main square for the bishop, in those lines black goes c5, and after c5 oftentimes it's castle kingside, queen c7, and white jumps to d6 to give that check, trade the knight for the bishop. You cannot win the pawn as black because of the pin on the d file, so that's already one difference with the bishop being on d3 or on e2. And because you cannot take the pawn, that pawn will stay on the board. Black plays queen to c6, threatening all sorts of discovered attack ideas on that long diagonal and the g2 squared checkmate pattern. So f3 oftentimes is played as white to make sure there's nothing going on there, and then black would go c4, queen d4, these kind of positions. So with the bishop on d3, there's quite a bit of a difference with the pin not being there, but also the queen cannot come to d4. So what are the pluses that this bishop on d3 has, and how does it compare to those lines? Judith, what do you think with this difference where the bishop is? If black were to play the same with c5, do you think we will see something similar, or white is not going to go for the knight d6 checks?
Well, first of all, after bishop d3, the main plus for white is that the e4 knight is protected. So after c5, maybe white can follow up with c4, and then if knight b4, bishop just goes back to b1, or maybe castle immediately. White is playing very much on the weaknesses of the d6 square. But if we are not so straightforward with c4, it's also possible that white is going to be simply castling. And if black goes queen c7, it's not the knight d6 check, but for example, queen h5 might be something to try out. I don't know. But it can be something. And of course, these days, sometimes, which I don't see exactly how, but maybe the e5 pawn can be given away as a present for initiative, to play indirect, protecting the pawn by playing rook e1. So after queen e5, knight c5 might be a good discovered move, and then taking on b7. So these kind of things, generally it looks like a positional position after bishop d3 also, and we are playing for weaknesses and pawn structure, better pawn structure. At the same time, of course, these days, every single position becomes somehow concrete, and we have to look at it from the move-to-move aspect of it. What do you think, David, about that approach in this line?
Yeah, I mean, I quite like bishop d3. It shows that Yasipenko is well prepared. He landed the first small surprise. I've never been attracted to this opening with black. I think I played this four knights variation for about 6 months when I was like 12 years old, and I kept getting beaten on the dark squares. I kept getting a knight landing on d6 or just horrible position with no counterplay, and I was like, okay, it's not for me. And then I looked at it many, many years later, and the old main lines with this queen c7, c4, that stuff looked okay, but black was often fighting for a draw. There was this very famous case in the Grand Swiss in 2019 in the Isle of Man, where two boards side by side were just copying each other for the first 25, 30 moves. It was clear that one player was just sitting and waiting for the person next to him to make a move, and then he would play the exact same one. So they had to, the arbiters had to step in and move one of the boards to another room just to make sure that the players couldn't copy any longer. That was in this variation because there's so much theory. So I think the fact that Yasipenko's landed an early surprise rather than go down those long theoretical lines. One of the ones you mentioned, Anna, for example, I think is great news for Yasipenko. For Yakubov, it's maybe less clear. Black has moves like queen c7, c5, of course, but it's hard psychologically when you know your opponent's got a little idea, something small surprise, kind of planned a small surprise, and I don't know. I've always thought black was the one fighting for equality, never really much more. So we'll see. But I quite like white's chances early on here.
Yeah, and you could see also an interesting side with Yakubov looking up at the projector, seeing it also from white's perspective. It's not that many tournaments that they have these massive projectors for their games, and he was looking more up on that wall rather than at the board. He's now back in focus mode, and it's already over 10 minutes that he has spent on this decision. We're going to let him think it through. We're going to take a short break, but when we are back, it's finals time, and we're gonna dive into the opening in the game for the first place. Of course, Sindarov against Wei. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back in just a moment. Aman, you're a grandmaster and I'm a retired IM. So I'm gonna actually use this board to have the advantage. If I'm touching a piece, it's gonna show me whether it's a good move, a bad move, or a decent move.
Okay, okay.
What if I touch this? Oh, taking is not a good idea. So what's a good idea?
It's ridiculous.
That's it.
It's ridiculous.
I know it.
A lot of people fall for that.
I know you want to flag me, but I'm just like, I'm gonna go sometimes with my intuition, sometimes with the magic of this board.
I think we need to try to bring the pieces back.
No way, Aman! Take that!
There's just no way this works.
I calculated it till the end.
I mean, I have to, you know, out of respect for the move.
I got it. It's not a good move to take it. Is it queen h6? It's queen h6 first. Of course I knew it.
What? I don't know how I stop this. I got nothing here. I can't even move. Anna,
Thank you, Mom.
good game.
What do you mean,
Good.
good game?
Good game.
It's the best game of my life.
You are actually now 1-0 against me lifetime.
Yes. Does that make me a grandmaster?
I met Anatoly Karpov, I think, in 1992. That was the first tournament I played with him. I was not a big fan of his style, to tell you the truth, because he was very positional, very slow, so it was not so exciting for me. And the first game I played with him in 92, it was in Madrid. We made a draw because he played with the black pieces. He was not such a fighter with the black pieces. It was a short draw. He was very kind, very pleasant. He won the tournament. I became number 2. And after that, there were endless encounters with him. It was very difficult for me to win because we had quite a few draws, especially when I was playing with the white pieces. When he played with white, he won a lot of games against me. It was always a huge battle. I had to learn, I had to grow up for that level and to understand and appreciate his style, which I did much later. And I think I won the first game against him in '98 in a rapid match, which I played in Budapest. And I won even not only a game, but also without losing any game. I won the match. And then later, in 2003, I believe, that was the breaking point when I started to win games with black and with white pieces as well. But I also got to know him more because he was visiting me at Nagymaros at our summer house for some time. And we had training sessions, which was very interesting seeing him already. Of course, he was doing many other things in his life, but how sharp he was still, how he was looking the positions, what vision he had. This is the most interesting with top players, that for them things are so natural, and then you say, wow. So I had these experiments with him when we were playing a lot of blitz and we were talking a lot, analyzing some of the openings like Caro-Kann and also some other. So it was very interesting to be around him, to listen his stories from all times, also competing with him. He was always a player which he was fighting very much. He loves the game. He's so passionate about it that you feel this when you're around him. But he's not only passionate about chess, but he was also very passionate about card games or playing flipper. I saw him in Tilburg once and in many other places. So I can say that he was, of course, an amazing world champion for quite a long time. He's maybe the person who won the most amount of tournaments. So I appreciate a lot his chess and his career.
Welcome back, everyone, to our coverage of the FIDE World Cup. This is the finals. This is it. Who will win the trophy? We are going to take a look at the match for the first place, but of course, the third place match is still really important too for the remaining candidate spot. But oh boy, we have to dive into what is going on with the kingside pawns of Sindarov. David, can we have a quick action replay on how a very solid Petrov ended up looking like this?
Let's do it. Let's go all the way back to move one. The players have been blitzing out 20 moves already, both clearly still in preparation. It was the Petrov. We left it very early. We left it around here after d4. Black took, and in this very theoretical position, white can play many things. If white wants a very, very safe position, normally you see a trade of knights, then white can play knight d2, and it becomes all about the bishops. Very small advantage there, but probably just level. Knight takes f7 is a well-known forced draw. Followed by queen to h5. He paused for a while here. I thought, oh, maybe he's going to go for this draw. But nope, that didn't happen. Knight c3, another move. But instead, he castled Sindarov. We saw knight takes knight, the knight stepping back. And white in this line often gives up the bishop pair. This is still well-known stuff. I've even had this myself. But after g6, bishop to e3, c5, already a very committal move. And I believe the first novelty, at least at the top level. I didn't find any strong master games in this position after knight to c3, inviting a fork. The pawn is hit, d4, and knight to e4. I'm guessing if the bishop is taken, Judith, I might need some help, but at least there's a check for white. Maybe this attack just too strong. Maybe white just sidesteps. Queen takes pawn. No.
But queen d4, so maybe white cannot take the
queen d4.
the pawn, but maybe it's possible just to give another check back. What do you think? And just rook d1.
Another check first. Wow.
Or not?
Apparently not. Maybe black can play. I was going to say bishop g7 and castle, but the black king's already moved now. Whoops. What could be the case? The players, I mean, this gives away the fact that Wei Yi was well prepared, that he didn't even stop to think about taking the
Another try I have, after knight f6, or without knight f6, knight d5 and queen b5 check.
Queen b5 check. Bishop blocks.
I thought to take on b7 possibly, but... Yeah, what you wanted to try out, it's of course, that's also nice to try. Knight f6 and queen a3 and then bring the rook. But it's clear that it's all worked out for Sindarov. Actually, for
apparently both players were so well prepared that neither of them even considered this. As you said, Judith, they both have it analyzed with the computer, so neither of them wanted to try to refute the computer analysis, and they went down a different path. David, if we catch up with where we are heading in the game, as exciting as this position is, they both had it worked out at home, so we will not know that information. They know it. It's in their heads. What is on the board went slightly differently without the pawn fork and winning the bishop.
So instead of taking the bishop, it was a combination of our two ideas, I think, Judith. According to the computer, at least knight f6 and then queen b5. White had a strong attack, but bishop e7 was played much safer from Wei Yi. White bishop dropped back. Probably castling would be another natural move here, but bishop f5 invited in a couple of moments. This move, g4, and this is where things got really crazy. Black obviously reluctant to give up the bishop pair. That's his main trump card in this position. So he drops back the bishop. Nice diagonal if he can land it there. Bishop to g3 though. White is about to punch through with f5 and another giveaway. As if we needed one more. That Wei Yi was still in preparation. d3. And Judith, this is, I guess, a clearance sacrifice to try and get new diagonals towards the white king.
Yeah, it's, I mean, obviously we would see it differently a bit if it would be not a computer move, but we know it is, and it's a preparation with the computer, but it's quite impressive because if you don't play d3 and let's say you play f5 immediately, that can be maybe just knight c5 or takes a knight c5, yeah. And the d4 square is so important for black to be able to place it with the bishop. And anyway, after g4, your king is in danger, right? So that's why d3 was played, because suddenly the white king can be vulnerable in the most unexpected moments. But it was quite impressive. While in the break we were discussing it, d3 and then f5, because the e4 knight is very well placed. So you want to get rid of it, or at least try to.
Yeah, the knight was hit. En passant is forced, as we know. Bishop takes f6, and here Sindarov just improves his rook. Black gives a check, and the white bishop blocks. And okay, we've caught up finally. Move 20. Anna, it's it's the first real long think of the game from Wei. Do you think that's a good sign, or is he just recalling something that he's seen before?
I would think maybe this is where his analysis ended, or like a move or two ago. Still impressive that Sindarov has been collecting time, not spending time in a position that has been really crazy, starting with that piece sacrifice moment, and neither of them went for it because they know that it's not right to capture the bishop. Everything is worked out by the computer, and then this d3 pawn push. I think this has been just impressive, really impressive preparation by both players to not only predict that this is where they were heading, but to have it analyzed to such extent that we've seen nearly 20 moves played by their home preparations, their teams, and their own work, getting ready for this game. Like, it's very difficult to predict everything to this extent. It was easy enough to predict the Petrov, but there are so many variations within the Petrov. So I'm very impressed so far with how they both have gotten it right. What opening, what line, even this craziness with the pawn fork, a g4 pawn push, the d3 pawn sacrifice. And maybe now this is when things will be like, okay, this is the end of the line, and now what happens? Because at some point you need to stop analyzing, right, Judith? When you prepare for a game, there has to be a moment when you say, okay, here I'm down a pawn, but I have the pair of bishops, so I have compensation, and I'm out of the woods. Do you think that it was the case for Wei Yi, that at some point around here or a move or so ago, him and his team said, if we get here, from here on, I can take it, because at least this is a lot more, you can find natural, logical moves. It's not complete madness. How do you see it? And how was it in your career, Judith, in your experience? How do you decide when to stop analyzing?
Well, this is a very interesting question, I think, that when you have a line like this, when to stop analyzing. When there were no engines, I think it was pretty clear that you stop analyzing. Actually, I think we would stop analyzing earlier, because there was a saying that long lines has always holes. But of course, once we started to work with engines, it became a bit different, because especially in tactical vision, it was clear, and it is clear nowadays, that the engine will be better than us. And if you work well and deep enough, you can make your homework pretty well, as we see here that we are, which number of move, 18, 19, or where we are standing. And it is very clear that both players were analyzing until this point, probably, or it might be the case that one of the players analyzed it further. So when we talk about it, why Wei Yi is thinking, is he out of book? Did he just said in his preparation that I have several moves to play, like bishop b5 seems to be the best move, but what other options there are? And okay, I'm going to be deciding between the several different moves on the board. For example, queen h4 maybe also can be something to consider. But it's a big question, and it's a dilemma for us as commentators, that we are wondering, why is Wei Yi is thinking right now, and what about? Because in this position, I think generally, if you're working out with an engine, you don't stop. You don't stop. I don't know what you think, David. I mean, after all, you have a pawn down, everything is a mess. White needs only one move and then wins the game, right? G5, or stabilizes the position, and then you can resign, right? So it's absolutely not a position when you stop analyzing.
Yeah, and maybe his dilemma Wei Yi, it might be one of those types of positions where like bishop b5 or bishop c6, I would say maybe the most natural moves. They could be both 0.0, and you've looked at them both, but you remember that one of them was a little bit kind of more long term, you're down a pawn, but you should be fine. Another one was more forcing, but you have to be really, really accurate. It might be one of those kind of crossroads. Also psychologically, like, you know that you're in theory, you know your opponent studied it, but you don't know how deeply they've gone. Maybe they've got some new idea in this very, very forcing line with bishop b5. You start to think, oh, is there a way I can play it a bit safer? I think it's more mind games. Like, he probably still knows what he's doing. 11 minutes is not long enough for us to get worried yet that he's out of prep. But definitely, I think scary that Sindarov has blitzed everything and looks so confident. And I mean, if we're right that the novelty was already 9 moves ago, then yeah, it is a question of when they stopped pressing that spacebar, when they stopped looking with the computer. Whenever it's me, I always end up looking one move. I stop one move too early, and then I end up sitting at the board for half an hour being like, why didn't I just check one move more? Why is this? I feel like I'm losing a memory test rather than losing an actual chess game. But yeah,
I think going a little bit further on today's preparations, I think it is a big debate and question how to use engines and when to stop with your analysis. But I think the biggest challenge for the players, especially youngsters, I think top players understand it pretty well. What are the limit they have, and until what point they have to go and analyze, and they analyze it enough for themselves to understand the position, like what kind of ideas they're playing for, what are the real ideas behind those moves, like giving a pawn sacrifice, right? So they spend the time for understanding why all these moves were happening by the engines, and they are following it. But on lower level, it can happen easily that they go very fast. They just follow the computer and the engine suggestion, but they may not think here because of why should I play bishop b5, bishop c6? What would be more unpleasant for Sindarov? Well, I don't know. What can he have in mind? Okay, let's think about it. I mean, we made nearly 20 moves, so I have plenty of time to think about it, to judge it, to get the real feeling of the game, where Sindarov can have the new or unexpected idea. But for lower players, they might just get lost that, oh my God, why do I have the compensation? I don't know, what should I be playing for? Why did I sacrifice that pawn, right? So it's a big question on how to use the engine and when to stop. But definitely, I have the feeling that Wei just considers the different ideas he was thinking or analyzing or had the feeling before the game. But I mean, I don't know whether Wei really expected this happen being on the board. Probably for him, it was more natural to feel that it will really stand on the board today than for Sindarov, because he could have played other line also.
Yeah,
That's a good
Sindarov,
point. That even if he had analyzed it, it might not have been that he predicted it for today. It's his main opening, the Petrov, so he must have it analyzed in depth in many of the variations. Always, the question could really be that did he expect it for today or not? Sindarov, on the other hand, clearly wanted this for today. You look at the time management, extra 2.5 minutes on move 20, walking away from the board. So this so far is I think a great clash of theory, and we have a poll for the chat, by the way. If you would like to predict who will win the World Cup, is it going to be Wei Yi or Sindarov? It's very close. Judith, David, I did not think that our poll would be this close. At the moment, I think 52% of our audience predicts Wei Yi as the winner, and 48% goes for Sindarov. What would be your probabilities? The audience says it's a very close match.
I would go for Sindarov.
Ooh, by how much? How much of a favorite do you think?
I'm not saying he's a better player. I just think that he wants it more. He's more determined from this respect, and I think at this point there are very nuances, very small things which makes the difference who will win this World Cup.
And you're convincing the audience, Judith, 1% up already for Sindarov ever since you voted for him. It's working. He's going to be 50-50 in no time. I would agree with you that Sindarov wants it more. Of course, Wei wants to win too, but Sindarov, 19 years old, this is the biggest event of his career. His family flew to India to support him. His brother brought him food from Uzbekistan. Like, it's crazy how much his team is there for him, but his family is there for him too. Everyone just leaves aside whatever they had to do at home, and they're all in India now to be by his side.
Yeah. Well,
David?
it's okay. It went to 50-50. I'm going to try and push the stats the other way by saying I think Wei Yi. I think Wei Yi. Come on, everyone. Wei Yi's going to win. He's more experienced. The World Cup, it's normally the older player in the final who wins.
We need the old guard, like as old as 26. It's crazy that we're talking about the oldest participant, remaining oldest participant, only 26 years old, and that he's the oldest in the remaining 4.
Yeah. Chess becomes a much younger sport than it was before.
There
and
we
in
go.
the candidates also.
53% Wei Yi now. It's rising.
Yeah,
Gosh,
David's
you guys,
vote.
whoever you pick will always help the audience to go that way too.
It's close. It's going to be close. That's the only thing we can confirm. Like, it's going to be a very tight match. They both won it. I think Wei Yi just doesn't show outwardly that how much he wants it, but yeah, it's definitely a dream of his.
One of the big questions
is, if it goes to tiebreaks, the calmness will help.
Yeah, that's what my question is. Whether are we going to see a World Cup champion within 2 classical game, or you think that it's going to be a playoff? Anna?
I would vote for tiebreaks. I think we'll see rapid and blitz potentially.
David?
Yeah, I thought before this game, I thought we'd be very quickly headed to tiebreaks, but now I have a feeling it will be done in the classical. I don't know who by. I think probably Wei Yi won't win this game. Probably he's just fighting for a draw with black, but I think tomorrow he might get some chances. So I'll say in the classical. How about yourself, Judith?
I also have a feeling that it might be the classical, but if it's going to be the classical, I think it's due to the length of the event, that the players, in some way, unconsciously, they can have, okay, let's finish. At the same time, maybe not. Maybe they say, okay, no, we are hanging on, and we want it in the playoff only to be decided. It's kind of tricky. It's very tricky. It's all about nerves, I think.
Yeah,
most certainly, and this is a serious thing, by the way. Already 20 minutes that Wei Yi has been pondering upon this decision, and another game. Well, there's only 2 games, but you can see Andrei Yesipenko behind, way behind, in this very same camera angle. He's sitting on a chair next to the door because his opponent too is in a very long think, nearly half an hour time advantage for Yesipenko. So far, looking good for the players with the white pieces, at least when it comes to getting the time advantage and getting a bit of a psychological edge in both games. Black is the one who might have been caught a little bit off guard, or maybe just slightly surprised with the chosen variations, and they need to think harder on how to proceed. Should we check back in with the Yesipenko-Yakubayev game, David, and just replay what happened in the last couple of moves and how the bishop went from d3 to f3?
Let's do it. I thought for a moment that Black was getting 2 moves at a time, but you're right. White lost a lot of tempi, but maybe worth it. We left it after bishop to d3, long think, 16.5 minutes by Yakubayev. Eventually, he played queen c7, the most forcing move, hitting the pawn. f4, the response. Now knight to b4, trying to get the bishop pair. Maybe white shouldn't mind too much, but he did decide to play the most ambitious move, kept the bishop on the board. c5, unleashing the bishop, and that is neutralized by white's piece now on f3. And I guess he's arguing that the knight on b4, he's forced it to move away from the center without having committed with c4. Not necessarily clear where the knight is better, b4, d5, so not the worst tempo to lose. And Judah, it feels like one or two more moves and white gets full control. Castles, maybe a3 or c3, and then bringing out the bishop. He's enjoying life.
But one or two moves is a lot, you know? It's a lot. Will white achieve that? I wouldn't like to allow c4 for white, so I'm wondering if black can go c4 right now. To stabilize the square for d5 for my bishop, for my knight, also opening up the diagonal bishop c5 at some point, maybe.
And if white castles?
There's only 2 games in the database for this position from what I see, and c4 happened in one of them, Judith. Also, according to the computer, c4 is one of the best moves for black.
Yeah, because space is very important. And also the d5 square is very important. Of course, if white plays c4, the d4 square weakens for white, but we see bishop d5 instead.
Question mark.
That's new, and it's new because it's not the best move. c4, Judith's move was really good for black. Well, at least very essential and necessary to not allow white to push. But bishop to d5, is he trying to achieve the same but in a different way? And why does it get a question mark, David, in your opinion?
Yeah, I have a feeling it's something tactical, because if black gets the chance to play c4 next move, like knight going back on c6, it's not the end of the world. Although,
but,
just like Judah, I would have kept that square vacant for the knight.
Can't we go c3?
Yeah, c3, knight c6.
Knight d6.
And if I take...
I take back.
I'm going to take... Yeah, I take on f3 first.
You take on f3. Sorry. Yeah. Okay, so...
Yeah. What else could it be?
But what is the bishop doing on d5?
Yeah, it looks... looks weird. Like, even if white just castles now, like c4 is not really as tempting as previously. Like, at the very least, white can play like knight d2 and start going for this pawn. Maybe bishop e3 first. It's the wrong piece on d5.
Yeah, I don't like it on d5. I mean, that's the place for my knight.
Yeah, this knight is way worse now on c6. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, and the bishop on d5 is...
c3 castles. It looks like Yasipenko's tricked him with these bishop maneuvers.
Maybe c3, he wanted to go queen b7, but the problem is queen e2 simply defends everything.
Yeah. Can never take this pawn.
It's very confusing.
I was looking at it.
Yeah, it's very confusing what he wanted with this, because it just really doesn't feel harmonious at all. The piece placement with the bishop on d5 and knight on c6. We have talked about Jakuboja's repertoire, and that his main opening is not the Sicilian defense. Do you think, Judith, that has something to do with this? That again, it's a bit of a unique, not that common position where he needs to find a very subtle nuanced line, how a Sicilian player would go c4 and try to avoid white from pushing c4, or what could be the reason why he goes for this not very optimal piece placement?
Yeah, it's very important that of course these days you have to switch openings, right? According to the tournament situation, according to how you feel, what kind of holes and problems you have in your openings during the tournament. At the same time, you may choose another opening and maybe it's not bad at all, but first of all, it has to suit to your style. This is one thing. And the other thing is that if you're not aware of the typical patterns and ideas of an opening, then you can easily go off the right track. And for example, this bishop d5, it can also be a sign of that. Because if you're playing your opening for quite some time and you know how the experts are playing, you, without realizing it, but you get a good feeling about it, where your pieces should be placed, your bishops, how the pawn structure can change, what is acceptable, what is not acceptable, what kind of drawbacks do you have in such a pawn structure, how much the d6 square is really a weakness in this kind of position, what happens when knight d6, bishop d6, e d6, the structure changes, what happens if the black pawn stands on c4, what are the pluses, minuses, or what happens if white has the pawn on c4, and what are the pluses and minuses. So, because in these positions, many times, of course, everything is concrete, whole life, whole chess is concrete. At the same time, you have a positional understanding of it. And that can be a problem, that if you're not very well know the exact opening, it can go wrong in a much easier way. And castle is played.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the move order is not so important for white. Like in some order, c3, maybe bishop e3, and it should all be very similar. Like if black plays c4 now, which is very, very possible.
At the same time, after c4, c3 is not so easily possible because knight d3.
Maybe you'll just play a3.
It's true that he might have given a chance here for Yakolev to go for c4 and get the d3 square for the knight. Can we quickly show why this pawn grabbing on a2 never really works? Because it's, I think, a very instructive tactical pattern why black cannot go pawn hunting.
Mm-hmm.
Well, probably simply knight d6, right?
Very strong move indeed. That check, it needs to be taken, and after e takes d6, if the queen were to capture on d6, that steps into a pin and the knight is hanging on a2. This would have been the drawback of going pawn hunting with knight takes a2. So black should not go and capture that poisoned pawn. The a2 knight will be in trouble after bishop takes d5, no matter what black does here. Very instructive, but that really gives us the question about c4, Judith. As you mentioned, can black go for that and prepare the d3 square in case white wants to push c3? At least the knight could jump to d3, it feels like.
Well, somehow I have the feeling that we have to play c4.
Yeah, soon white's going to be threatening c4, like with some knight d6 jumps. Whoops. So yeah, c4, let's try figure out what he has in mind. Maybe just bishop e3 or a3 first.
Yeah, but if you go a3, I would rather have the pawn on c3, not on a3.
Yeah, same.
I think it was just better on c3. But why don't you play bishop e3 as you planned?
Yeah, I didn't want to allow like some quick bishop exchange with bishop c5. I don't know how I achieve it, but
or maybe queen c6.
Oh yeah, queen. Yeah, probably c6. Oh, that's actually that's a better idea. Now the black knight will get to d5, maybe again.
Yeah,
that would be the dream for black, to push the knight away from e4. Then you can play bishop to c5. Then the black knight can go toward d5 after the trade. This could be suddenly a lot more pleasant than what it has been.
Well, this is a dream for black.
Yeah.
It all starts with c4. Will he push c4? It's not a winning move, but it feels like it's a necessary move. And we were rooting for this move a move ago. Now he's gotten a new chance because Yasipenko didn't go c3.
Yeah. He's got to play it. He's got to play c4.
Oh,
for
he's
better or worse,
reaching for... I'm
bishop.
not sure it was the pawn. Yeah, I felt like it was something on the king side. It's got to be a bishop development. But if he plays it slow with bishop to e7, then all of those ideas for white are renewed with c3 and just making sure that black's pieces are really not harmonious if you have to step back to c6 with the knight.
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, if he would have the idea to play c4, he would have done it before.
True. That's a very good point, Judith, that he was not really considering it as a necessary decision to push.
Yeah, it's odd. C4 just looks so natural.
He's reconsidering it. He was about to make a quick move, felt like a bishop development, but now he is reconsidering.
But actually, after bishop e7, already we have to consider c3, knight c6, knight d6. Because after bishop d6, e d6, bishop f3, I can take back with the rook. And after that, f5 can be powerful, I think.
Oof.
That looks so scary. That looks terrible.
Maybe it's not
Even
good, it's only scary. I don't know.
At the least, it's scary. It looks like Black's king is going to be in trouble no matter where you put it. It can't really stay in the middle of the board, but it's also not going to feel safe on either flanks of the board. This is not looking good.
Yeah, this looks really bad.
Yeah, it's
he
not.
was
You let
reaching out for
Judith
them.
attack, and this is what happens. The board is on fire in just 2 moves because we let Judith take control of the attack here.
Don't worry.
Andre will play that too. Oh, he's half an hour behind as well. This is not good news. At least in the Wei Yi game, like Wei Yi spent a long time, but he'd played 20 moves of theory and very, very forcing. He'd found the key idea. Here, it's just the game's barely begun. Half an hour down. I think he played the Sicilian because he wants to win while Andre's down, wants to kick him while he's down after that rook blunder yesterday, but maybe he should have been going more solid. I notice he normally only plays the Sicilian against lower rated opponents, Yakubov, so big risk. Backfiring.
But I wanted to bring up David because you are the perfect person, and bishop e7 is played. You're the perfect person to ask this. Why do you think, how come Magnus is a player? I think this is why he can switch openings also much easier than others, because somehow he has an incredible wide experience and understanding of very different structures of the game. Do I feel it right?
Yeah, I think you're right. He's very comfortable with double pawns, even with with isolated pawns, with any type of structure. I don't know why it is. When you said I was the perfect person, I thought you'd ask about pawn grabbing, like why is knight takes a2 not... Why am I not trying to play that? Why am I not making it happen? But but yeah, I mean Magnus, I think it's a confidence thing as well, and experience, and he has that type of memory where he'll remember games with certain pawn structures just better than others. So.
But also I remember that he was saying that when he was very young and Simon Agdestein was helping him, he was not so much of his coach. I don't think he was telling this exactly. But I know that he was mentoring him. He was giving advices and ideas. And then when he was playing some openings again and again, he told him, well, you're not going to learn so much unless you're going to be experimenting and playing other openings. So take off from the shelf new books, different books, and read them and test yourself. And maybe this is one of the best advice. I think this is what he said, that this was the best advice he ever got in chess. And maybe this is why it pays off, that when he's changing and switching openings, and these days he's switching the type of chess to freestyle, why he's good at it, because he understands so many different structures and piece plays and opening types.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's something in the Norwegian mentality as well. Like I live in Norway mostly now, and at school they encourage people to experiment, to learn. Like they don't even keep score in sports until you're 12 years old. Like they don't care about winning, losing. It's just pushing your boundaries, learning your horizons, and maybe that's why kind of through Agdestein, Magnus started experimenting. And I think until the last few years with computers, like people were quite reluctant to go into pawn structures they didn't understand or didn't have so much experience in. Even strong grandmasters, they'd always play the same pawn structure. It's always the French structure, or always IQP, or always some kind of Catalan, or they were very rigid. But nowadays everyone plays everything and quite well. Like occasionally, like myself, I find I struggle in certain structures when it's maybe more slow and I don't really find a plan or no pawn breaks. And but yeah, it's I think the top players they can handle them all, Judith. And I
So
guess you're
if you
bringing it
want
up
to
because the
improve,
pawn structure is difficult.
let's say just talk about it. If let's say you want to improve this pawn structure, what do you do? What would you do if you say you want to play this game with black and you want to understand it better?
Yeah,
Oh goodness
play
me, we
low.
would have listened to you 2 moves ago, Judith, if we want to play it better. Push the C pawn. That's what we learned, right?
Yeah, but that's a very
Should have played one
concrete.
E5.
But that's a concrete approach to play here C4, right? Because maybe one move later it was also good if white doesn't play C3. I'm not sure we are absolutely right what we said, but it seems so that black can have some trouble here.
I have a feeling, by the way, that he left C3 open because, okay, I'm going to take us back just one move. Like if black had played C4, I'm not sure how to get this exactly. Maybe even starting with bishop D2, but I think eventually he wants this type of position where he puts a bishop on C3 maybe, and it gives him potential on both sides of the board. I think that's perhaps why he left the C3 square.
David, this is not the game where we wanted to have our bishop on C3.
Are you sure?
You remember, well, Asipenko's playing against Bay, you remember we wanted to transfer the bishop to C3.
True. He needed to go round like via H2, then back to E1 and then C4.
I never saw bishop on C3 in these structures.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out. I thought maybe he wanted a knight on C3, but I think this helps, right? Like F5 may be easier now, knight D6 and knight F6 in the air.
Interesting approach.
Yeah, bishop dominates the knight on C6.
That does look promising, and it would explain why he didn't play C3. I think you're on the right track here with figuring out his way of thinking. And as we say it, he has pushed the C pawn. Never mind, we cannot read his mind.
But wait, is this the forced line that Judith mentioned there? It is the forcing line, right?
Unfortunately,
knight C6,
yes.
knight D6. Yeah.
And it's very promising for white. So this is troublesome for Yakuboyev. Down on time, and we might see this knight retreat. And after that, knight d6 check. Can we show it again, David? Why this is so good for white and the attack that will unleash?
Yeah,
but I have an idea for black.
Okay.
After we show it.
Okay. Take. And what's the idea, Judith?
F5 in the next move. No, there is no saving here with black. Previously, I have an idea. No, here, what about queen b7 after c3?
That's clever. And if I play queen e2, then knight c6 you're happier about?
Well, did you say happy? Or happier?
Oh, happier. Happier.
I have a different definition of being happy, to tell you the truth. That I'm not losing immediately.
Yeah. I want to play bishop e3, but then maybe there's some tactics.
No, I think, well...
Still pretty scary for black.
E5, yeah, that c5 pawn is also not, I'm not so proud of that.
Mm-hmm.
But actually, maybe after queen b7, maybe you go rook e1.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think of that?
Knight c6.
Knight d6 takes, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And if bishop d5, you don't care, you move back.
Well, probably I don't enjoy this at all, but this looks still very nice for white.
Well, now white has different options to continue.
Mm-hmm. I think he was reaching for his knight a second ago, Yakuboyev.
I think so too. I think he just simply wants to retreat, but that that's not looking good with the knight d6 check idea of Judith and then f5. I mean, to be fair, queen b7 and the line we are analyzing is also looking scary for black, so he has two difficult options here. But this looks like pretty straightforward for white. If he retreats to c6, knight d6 seems very logical. I think we might see that, knight to c6. Blue arrow. The best and
Blue
only way
arrow.
for white to keep the advantage.
Yeah, I think that's quite a natural place to start calculating, at least.
Yeah, you don't have to be a rocket scientist for that.
No.
Yeah.
I just
Can we
want to
show
mention,
the main
like,
idea? Yeah, why that pawn cannot be captured, David, after knight d6, bishop takes, pawn takes. I think it's always very instructive to see these pins.
yeah, pin on the d file.
Bye-bye.
And yeah, black started with a backward pawn. Now he's got a backward everything. Everything's just dropping off. So we were assuming that after bishop takes bishop here to save the bishop, hitting the white queen. White's rook takes now. That's a difference from a line we saw earlier. Now black queen moves, and white has so many choices, but f5 looks like the most direct. Ideas of rook g3, f6. What happens if black castles queenside?
Well,
I know
maybe
it's
that's
scary.
your only move.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
b4.
okay, I didn't expect the fall. b4 takes bishop e3, and you're gonna make me, Judith. I can feel it.
Well, maybe b4 was exaggeration, and you can just simply play bishop e3 much better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This is the problem
doesn't
for
survive
black, that it feels like his king cannot find safety on any side of the board, and you can't really leave it in the middle of the board either. So castling queen side is troublesome. Castling to the king side, we could show for a second, David, as well, after f5, how terrifying that attack could be if the king is on the king side. I don't know if it's an immediate collapse, but it's definitely looking very dangerous.
Let's show a line, g6. Let's have fun. Queen d2, king h8, queen h6. I know it's morning, it's early, but let's
This
warm
is
up.
really
Oh, no, my-
instructive. We should definitely blunder the queen on h7.
Oh no, mouse slip. Whoops, my queen. Oh no.
So there are bad things in the menu for black.
Yeah.
No, but actually the main problem is for black after f5 is the space.
Yeah.
If we go back to f5. First of all, we have to understand that the d6 pawn is just paralyzed, makes black's pieces paralyzed and disconnect from harmony and disconnect them completely. Because if f5 would not be possible for white and black can go f5 and castle, I think by far it wouldn't be so bad.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying I
Blocking
would
the
be very happy, but at least I'm not losing. So space, cutting off any space from black after f5 is like bad news.
Yeah, it's like black's got all the pawn shelter on the king side, but like you said, his queen and knight are cut off, so they can't come over to defend. And the queen and knight defend the queen side, but there's no pawn shelter on that side, so you just nowhere safe ever. And I think he's got to play this, Yasipenko. Like, he'll take a few minutes. He's already been thinking 3 minutes, but he'll play knight d6. I don't think there's much doubt about it. Like bishop e3. Maybe.
The only problem you may have in these positions with white, that depending on your style and how stable you want to play, you decide, okay, bishop e3. I have a beautiful position. I can go knight d6. I can go queen e2. I can go whatever, right? And then you might say, oh, okay, what should I do? But of course, knight d6 and what we've seen, I think that's the best forward. Because it makes life very difficult for black. And I think if he plays it, he wins also. At the same time, if he's not ready to play knight d6, maybe he's not going to win it this game.
Yeah, we mentioned it the other day, Judith, but he does quite like tension. He likes kind of waiting and maneuvering and keeping pieces on the board. But he grew up as an attacker, Yesipenko. He played this kind of almost immortal game against Karyakin when he was young at the World Rapid Championship. I think he was just like 13 or 14. Won a beautiful game in the Caracan. Very attacking nature, I think. So it's kind of, he doesn't want to be direct, but he's also will take the chance to attack when he can get it. Surely knight d6.
Yes, but when you want to be very solid and stable, sometimes it can block you to be aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's he has to keep it balanced, right? The further you go in your strengths and in a tournament like that, you have to balance that. You want to stay stable, you want to be taking and grabbing the opportunity when it's there, and it's clear that he's not sacrificing, or it's not such a committal decision, right, to play knight d6. At the same time, as you pointed out, I mean, to keep the tension, to keep the options, should I play knight d6? No, I can do it later. Should I develop more, strengthen my position with developing moves first and only later on? Is it better to keep the threat, or it's time already for execution? Is it good enough already? Because if it's not good enough already, let's say Black would have time for f5 and somehow to stabilize his position, then maybe knight d6 would be early, because maybe something else is keeping more the tension. It fits him better.
One quick question just before maybe we check in on the other game, but knight d6 check, takes, bishop takes, rook takes, this whole line we've been looking at. What if Black plays c4 check here?
Well, first I want to go bishop e3. I'm not sure it's good, but I want to be straightforward on that.
And I finally got my wish. I finally grabbed the pawn.
F6? Can I go for it immediately or no?
Yeah. Oh, gosh. Okay. It's
you're happy.
Not the best pawn
I feel that you're happy.
I don't know. I'll be happy if I don't get mated with queen h5 in the next couple of moves.
What about just playing rook f2?
Mm-hmm. I take. Luckily, I'm hitting this rook.
Everything is hanging, yeah? No, rook f2 I don't go. I go rook b1.
Mm-hmm. Ooh.
Oh, the bar.
The bar. I don't know why the bar's like that. I'm scared I'll blunder, but I'll take this pawn. Don't think you have any good discovered attacks.
How crazy is it that the bar complains about all these natural rook moves of Judith, and it says that no, instead of rook b1, just go rook to f1. Chess is easy. Why is rook f1 the best move in that position before rook b1? Like, is that for real? Just that to threaten queen h5, open
queen
the
f3.
diagonal for the queen.
Queen f3.
And queen f3. Yeah, those two.
Or maybe both. Maybe queen h5, then queen f3.
First and then queen f3.
Yeah, I think maybe first this check, right? Just to weaken Black a bit more and then back. I just didn't want to.
But don't tell me rook f1 is the only winning move.
It seems to be the best move by quite a margin, so it's crazy if this is what.
And is fe6 good?
F6 is the best, yes. And then rook to f1 here is the key move. Not an easy one to find. And he's about to reach for a piece. Are we going to see knight to d6 check? Is he going for the forcing line, trying to get the attack? He's looking in that direction for sure.
Yeah, he was reaching into the center of the board, so it looked like a knight jump. And the reason I think he is pausing is because intuition tells you this is strong. Like, that sacrifice looks super strong for white, attacking the black king, not too much investment risk involved. But then he needs to back it up with some calculation. And if he doesn't go for that pawn sacrifice, then maybe Black has, after c4 check, knight e5, knight d3. So maybe it is quite important, that line. Will he play it? What do we think?
Did you see
He's
the
definitely
look?
going to play it, right?
I think he will. I think he wanted to play it, and now he is just thinking through it again, double, triple checking. There's so much at stake. The player who wins this match qualifies to the candidates tournament. This game matters so much. And they have been playing for already 22 days in Goa at the World Cup. The fatigue, the nerves, the tension. Is he going to commit and go for the straightforward attack with knight d6, or is he going to try to keep it flexible with a move like bishop to e3?
He'll go for it. Though he should be doing it, not hesitating anymore. For how long is he thinking?
10 minutes so far he has spent on this decision.
Okay. Not so bad. I mean, he has plenty of time.
Yeah, that's no time at all. I would spend 30 minutes and then probably still not play it.
Actually, actually thinking about rook f1 in the position we discussed, it's not an impossible move. I mean, you feel it that it's winning. And then you start, I mean, I also wanted to play somehow with the queen, but I was kind of over-optimistic, giving away all my pawns there. I mean, you have an intuition that white is just completely winning there.
Yeah. And
is he
you
going
found
to
the
be
right idea
thinking about
immediately.
those lines? Do you think that he might be calculating those lines after knight d6 and what happens with queen b6 and the pawn check, the c4 pawn push? Is that what he'll be considering as the main moves, that main line to calculate? What do you think, Judith?
I don't think he's calculating that.
No.
Though I don't know what he's calculating. If he's thinking about general, that is knight d6 the best, or is it the best possible moment to simplify the position?
David, what's your call? What do you think he's thinking about when that move calls out so much, knight d6? He surely is considering it, but what do you think might be going through his mind? As much as we are not mind readers here, but just your best take on that.
Yeah, I think he's probably seen something else that's maybe slightly tempting, like bishop e3 we mentioned, hitting a pawn. He's going to play bishop e3.
He's reaching for the bishop, then reconsidering.
I think he just knows there's other very tempting options. Knight d6 is clearly the best, almost with a winning advantage, but he probably understands, like, okay, I don't need to rush. I'm still much better. Like black has this d7 backward pawn. I have a great structure. I don't need to rush it now. And he doesn't look as energetic as maybe we saw him on previous days. Understandably, long tournaments, Yasifenko, and yesterday disappointing. But I think if this was yesterday, he would definitely play knight d6. But
I agree.
Yeah, the body language suddenly less.
In speed chess, that would be an automatic move. But what he has gone through in this tournament with yesterday's disappointing rook blunder, bishop to e3 is on the board. So not the best, not the most straightforward, still keeps white's advantage to some extent, but it's no longer as scary for black. Black might just want to castle finally, at last, and not care about the pawn on c5 that much.
Yeah. Pawn on c5 isn't quite hanging because black has knight takes e5 tactics in the air, potentially. So black should castle. And the game goes on.
This is what we were discussing, right? That in such a position, the way you can go wrong and misplay it, it's because you have several different options to play on and have an advantage. And then you have to make your decision whether it is the moment for action, or you can prolong it and you can still improve your piece play and only later on to make some very concrete actions, right? And the tournament situation was somehow stronger in his mind that, okay, maybe I will still improve my position and keep it open when I'm going to be changing the structure and playing knight d6 or forcing with queen e2 c4 the black bishop to exchange on e4 or something, because of course the position is very nice in every way.
It's true that he's keeping it flexible, and he still has, to some extent, an advantage. But Yakuboev can breathe after castling and putting his king into a safer position. On the other board, by the way, there haven't been too many moves, but the time management, I think, is something to highlight for sure, because Wei Yi spent 23 minutes on his previous move, bishop to b5, and then Sindarov took nearly half an hour to respond by playing queen to f3. So now they're both out of their preparation, it feels like, and this is a game, a fight on the board with an extra pawn for Sindarov, but at the moment the active pieces and pair of bishops for Wei Yi is compensating for the lack of the pawn. We are going to take a short break, but when we are back, it's going to be action time on both boards. Who is going to win the World Cup is the question on the left side of the screen, and who is going to take the final spot for the candidates tournament? That's what is at stake. On the right side, Yesipenko and Yakuboev still can qualify to the 2026 candidates tournament. See you in just a moment.
Can you handle it? Where grandmasters don't just move pieces, they cast spells.
Oh boy, didn't see that one coming.
Victory doesn't come easy.
Wait, queen time?
Oh shoot, I just lost its piece. Yeah, but I got no mana.
This isn't your classic chessboard.
The thing about the imposter is that if you swap it like
It's not just a game, it's a battleground of minds.
Let's have some fun, you know? Let's have some fun.
When the greatest minds meet magic, anything can happen. On chess, cast that spell, play for free.
Your favorite creator can now be your very own chess coach. Choose your favorite chess personality and they'll join you in game review, puzzles, lessons, and play coach. Pick up tips from Hikaru.
Oh my gosh, this is just taking material. Takes.
Test your tactics against Gotham chess. Or learn about the importance of queen safety with Andrea and Alex.
Got your queen!
Want to learn from the GOAT himself? We got you.
Hey, I'm Magnus Carlsen.
Explore which chess personality sharpens your game. Playing and learning chess has never been so exciting. Who are you picking?
I'm Levon Aronian. I'm a chess player, 42 years old, very good looking and very smart. Let's see what the questions are. What is Levon Aronian's peak rating? My peak rating was 2830. What happened was I was winning Vaikenze. Last round, my live rating was 2835. I already won the tournament by then. I think I was 2 points ahead of Magnus. And I was playing against Luke from Valley. Then I lost against him and my rating that got registered was 2830. How old is Levon Aronian? Levon Aronian is 42 years old. I was born in 1982 in Armenia, but I don't feel 42. I feel much younger. What is Levon Aronian's IQ? I don't know actually. I've never did the test. And I'm scared to do the test because I never really went to school. So I think you need to know at least basic geometry or basic mathematics to do the test. What is Levon Aronian's favorite chess opening? Levon Aronian's favorite chess opening must be the Marshall. I played rarely, but it's the opening that definitely gave me a lot of joy and occasional sadness. Why did Levon Aronian leave Armenia? I think it was kind of a decision. I was being dragged into some politics and some things that I didn't want to do. And I was, okay, if I want to remain being a chess player, remain being a happy person I am, I need to move. And I moved to St. Louis. When did Levon start playing chess? My maternal grandpa was always obsessed with chess. He tried to teach me, but there was so much enthusiasm in his teaching that I never wanted to learn. And then I was visiting my paternal grandparents, and my sister Lilith, that is 6.5 years older than me, was being pestered by me. I was really driving her nuts because I was saying, no, you cannot leave me alone. You're going and playing with the kids. What am I supposed to do? So I was 8, turning 9. And yeah, she was 14 and a half. Turbulent times. A teenage girl, you know, wants to go and explore the world, explore the relationships. And she taught me to play chess. Saying, oh, here you are. I think she understood the potential of the inner nerd that I had. And then I just didn't want to do anything else after that.
Welcome back to our coverage of the FIDE World Cup. This is it, the finals. Who will take the trophy in Goa, India, and who will qualify to the candidates tournament? We already have 2 players that are confirmed, qualified, made it through. Of course, that is Sindarov and Wei Yi. They are playing the finals and they have qualified to the candidates tournament. But Yesipenko, that gentleman on the camera, could still make it if he wins his match against Yakuboyev. Same goes, of course, for Yakuboyev, who is looking over his friend's game there. Sindarov playing for the first place and Yakuboyev playing for the 3rd place. Let's bring up our boards and see what has happened in the last few moves. There was a lot of tension in the game between Yesipenko and Yakuboyev, where Yesipenko looked like he had a forcing line to try to play for the attack immediately earlier with knight d6 check. Seems to be a missed opportunity. He went for the safer, more flexible option with bishop development. While on the left side of the board, I think there's even more to catch up on, David, if we bring up our analysis board and check how did we get here? What happened before with these last couple of moves? This is for the first place. 19-year-old Sindarov with the white pieces against China's #1 player, Wei Yi. Who is going to prevail in this messy position?
Yeah, it's messy, but we were here just 1 move ago for either side, pretty much. Wei Yi's played 2 moves, but in the last hour plus, we've had less than 2 moves, and it was here that Wei Yi's preparation seemed to run out. Here on move 20, he spent 24 minutes nearly on playing bishop b5, which, at least according to our kind of weaker engines at a superficial quick glance, it is the top move according to Stockfish. So a bit surprising that the players hadn't looked this far, because now Sindarov spent 28 minutes in return and then played queen to f3. Engines also pointed out that knight takes c5 led to some weird forcing lines where black takes on f4, and now white can either give a check with the queen or play knight e6. And this is pretty much a draw by force after bishop takes, and black can take on f2. Queen takes pawn, and just when it looks like white is delivering checkmate, there's this saving move, queen d7. So maybe he spent some time, Sindarov, weighing up whether to go for this, which should just be equal. Doesn't really test Wei Yi that much, just finding 1 or 2 forced moves, or he keeps the tension, which he did with queen f3. And now bishop takes b2, and Judith, in the break, we were discussing that apparently b6 was the best for black, just defending c5, very calm. But bishop takes b2, greedy, but not the end of the world.
Sorry, I'm just thinking about this really, that until what point is a home preparation and how the players, how deeply they understand the nuances of the position. Can we go back just in the previous line until the very end, because I want to highlight only one small detail. Remember that bishop b5 is the best move, right? Takes, knight e6. We exchanged everything on f2. Queen d3. Queen f6. Queen d7. And this bishop on b5 actually stops the move rook f1, because if rook f1 would be possible, the game is over for black, right? Because queen f8 is unprotectable. So it's crazy how deep the analysis of an engine is, and it can reach out to so many moves later, the effect of a move or something in so many different ways. So sorry, I just wanted to highlight this, that how long term it can be a powerful bishop on b5. And
That's a
so
great
if we
point.
go back,
Yeah. Very important point that you made there, Judith. If it wasn't for that bishop, then black's position is lost.
yeah, this is why, I mean, I always get back and forth with how important intuition is, because many times these days, I mean, we fail with our intuition, because even though it feels like something very dangerous, by concrete measures, it doesn't work. And here again, if only one piece would be standing, the bishop on c6, it seems to be how powerful it would be, right? Because it's on the long diagonal. But actually, it is much better off having it on b5, because it covers the important f1 square. So chess can be sometimes full with hidden nuances, which makes the difference in every game.
And talking of these nuances, Judith, on your point, after bishop b5, one of the top engine moves is a4, probably because of that exact reason that the bishop is needed on b5. And also, I guess, on bishop takes a4, the knight on c5 will hit that bishop regularly. And now the computer wants to drop back to c6 and argue that in a lot of these variations, the a4 pawn is hanging in the endgame at the end of a line, and it's better to kind of insert a4, so rather than play bishop c6 immediately, which is also apparently a decent move, but this is a better version for black just because a4 is weak in the long term. It's crazy the detail that the players are going to and the engines, like you said, are capable of nowadays.
Yeah, this is why
that's all beneath the surface, though.
It's a big question. How much do we humans understand behind some of the ideas? And this is why the engine can always pull us into some tricks, because we don't only look at the engine's best move, but we also hook to the evaluation, right? And it can happen that you say, okay, it's equal, it's 0, 0, 0. Okay, I will find something at the board, right? And then you can get surprises. So what do we see here? Queen f3, which was also played after a long thought, and bishop b2, brave move.
So, okay, there's a few things we should mention. Well, it looked like he was reaching for his rook. That would be odd. But I was going to say rook to b1 is one of the first candidate moves, but I think black answers that very strongly with queen takes d3. And after queen takes, it's not the fact that the rook's a hit, it's more the fact that the knight is dropping. And black is doing very well at the end here. So rook b1 we can rule out. Knight takes c5 and bishop takes c5 look like the other main candidate moves.
David, sorry, you're saying we can rule it out, but is Sindarov ruling it out? It feels like he really wants to touch that rook. It's now the second time that he's reaching for the rook. Is he missing something in that line, or is it a different rook move that he wants to play?
What am I missing? Rook b1, queen takes d3. Rook e2? No, he's going to play rook, but rook b1, black's better. That would be a huge shock. Surely not.
He really wants a rook move. Are we going to see rook to b1, which is not the best move for white?
Wow. What?
And it's on the board. A mistake by Sindarov. Not evaluating correctly the position after queen takes d3. The blue arrow showing that for Wei, that's the way to go. He will play queen takes d3. That's the only way you can save the bishop.
Does he think of this as a forced draw, maybe? Is he bailing out? Like, queen takes d3, maybe we'll take everything, rook takes b2, bishop takes e4, and bishop takes c5. opposite color bishops, but there was other ways to do it. Like, he could have taken on c5 with his bishop, and I don't think he was risking anything. He would have been a pawn up. He must have miscalculated. This is hard to explain. And of
Queen
course, Wei Yi
takes
sees
d3
it.
by Wei Yi. This could be troublesome for the 19-year-old. With the white pieces here, Sindarov might have miscalculated. He is trying to go for a forcing line, but at the end of this forcing line, it could very well be that black will have some chances to push.
Wow, he's miscalculated. He's thinking bishop takes e4, but black doesn't have to take immediately, apparently. Wow.
Rook takes f4, according to the computer, is better for black, but that's an easy one to miss in calculation. White is up a piece, and the best move for black is to not take the knight just yet, but capture the pawn on f4.
But why is it better for black? Rook f4, knight c5, rook g4 check, g4. Bishop g3.
If we could bring our analysis board up for that position, maybe that will answer what Sindarov missed and what is it that Wei Yi needs to find. A piece sacrifice. He needs to not take the knight, but capture the pawn. And in case of knight takes c5, rook takes g4 check. And that's where the trouble begins. The king cannot go to h1 because then you take the rook for free. And if that's the case, white will have to block on g3 with the bishop. Then bishop takes f1, king takes, and the other rook comes into the game with a check on f8. It's still not fully over, but it seems to be a better position for black. A rook and two pawns fighting against two of white's minor
I would go
pieces.
to g2.
G2.
b6.
B6. No, this is no risk for black. Like, I think he. I think this is playable. Yeah. Put the rook on f5, play h5. Pawn majorities on both king side and queen side. If there's one rook trade, black wins.
Okay, knight d7.
d7, rook f5.
Rook f5. Rook e2.
Rook e2, very important.
I understand that the computer says it's clear advantage, but it's not so easy.
It's certainly still a game, but it's a two possible result position for Wei Yi, which is quite a difference from what we had a few moves ago, where Sindarov had a comfortable position, and now he's going for this forcing line. He must have missed rook takes f4. Like, that's a move that's easy to miss. You calculate this line and you go, of course, black's move is bishop takes e4, and that's opposite colored bishops. Shouldn't be any issue for white after capturing the pawn on c5. Equal material, opposite colored bishops, not much to see here. But he must have missed that black can go for this rook takes f4, temporary piece sacrifice, where both the knight and the rook of white are still hanging.
Yeah.
And when
it's a judgment call now.
Calculation, like he's pausing because he is calculating those lines, and his calculation is really precise. He senses this moment. I think he will take on f4 after some thought.
Yeah, I think the calculation's quite easy here. It's just a judgment call. It's like, it must be slightly tempting. You take on e4, within 10 minutes you shake hands, it's a draw. You've held very easily with black. You only had one long think, really. You prepared really well. Tomorrow you get white. I think he would have taken that before the day started, but rook takes f4, probably not much risk, but at least there's an imbalance. Will he want the game to go on for another couple of hours? What do you think, Judith? What type of mood is he in? Is he going to be ambitious? Probably still not winning that endgame, maybe just a tiny advantage. But
the problem is that it's not only about what he wishes. It's also something what you have to do. I mean, maybe his wish is to, draw was a great result before the game started. At the same time, you can take your chances, right? And this actually we've seen in the match between Gukash and Dengliran in the World Championship match, where Dengliran had several times the opportunity to play on in a one-way endgame. And actually, he chose to play the. Okay, he was happy beforehand the game to make a draw. So even that he had an opportunity to play on, he just said, "No, this is what was my plan, and I agree to a draw." I would be surprised if Wei Yi would decide this way, that he takes the knight and then goes for the different color bishop and says, "Okay, this was my work for today." I would be very surprised if he's not deciding to go rook f4 and go on.
Yeah, I'm trying to read him. Like, he did look very surprised when this whole line was played. He kind of widened his eyes. He was like, wait, you're allowing me rook takes f4. But now, body language would seem to me he's like, it's not that special after all. Maybe it's not worth the extra.
Yeah, and how
hour or
much
two
you
of my
trust
life.
your opponent, and how much do you trust yourself?
Yeah. That's always been my weakness, trusting myself. But trusting the opponent, I think that's natural at this level. You've got to call their bluff occasionally, though. Rook takes f4. I'm just so shocked. Like, Sindarov, if we go back just 3 moves, like, rook b1 was so unnecessary. If he wanted a draw, he could probably just take on c5, right? Like, black has to play bishop back to d4 check, I think, or I just don't really want to allow knight d6 if the black rook moves. I don't think black can take on d3, but like bishop d4 check, then you can at the very minimum just move. Like, probably black's the one fighting for a draw here.
Yeah.
I don't know. King g2. Like, a line like this, like, white's still a pawn up. There's no real reason to try and bail out. So it's just surprising. I think Sindarov probably has missed rook takes f4. He probably just thought it was an immediate draw. Let's get out of here. But he could have played on in risk-free ways instead.
Yeah.
Rook takes f4. Okay, if we put it on the board one last time, like take on c5, check, block, take, maybe a check, and something like this. Sorry, king g2.
Mm-hmm.
How do we kind of what kind of ratio do you think it is that black wins this? If we play 10 games from this position, do you think Wei Yi is going to win this a majority of the time? One or two times only?
Well, the thing is that the problem is for white, I think, that it's a great chance for black to win, and there is a chance for white to win only if black blunders.
Mm-hmm.
Seriously.
Yep.
Otherwise, I think, though I think it's not so easy for black to play either, because black has to play very precisely, avoiding all these unpleasant checks and blundering the rook. So probably the best thing is to move your rook to a4, move your rook to the other side. At the same time, you have to look after the 7th rank, but the rook on f5 stands incredibly well. That's a very powerful rook. Cuts the king, looks to the other side, potentially rook a5, cuts the knight as much as possible, getting ready if he has to go back rook f7. Yeah, so everything is ready. But it's not so easy to convert it, I think.
Mm-hmm.
It's by far not so easy. You go b5, you go a5. Okay, you try to make a passed pawn. Of course, that's the road to victory, right? But white can find safety with his king on h3 maybe for some time, and somehow play with the rook and knight.
I think these are very long 8.5 minutes for Sindarov, by the way, because your opponent is not taking the knight that you calculated that as the main thing to do here for black. So he clearly already knows that Wei Yi is considering alternatives, and that's when it hits you that you missed something in your calculation, and you might have to be defending a really unpleasant endgame. So for Sindarov to be waiting for Wei Yi's decision here, it must be really nerve-wracking.
But I'm sorry, if we go to rook f4, knight c5, rook g4, bishop g3, takes. If in this position black does not play rook f8 but plays b6, isn't it giving away the advantage with knight d7? Because the rook cannot get active from a8. I'm just trying to figure out what could Sindarov missed, or maybe he just misjudged the evaluation. Because after knight d7, maybe it can easily be okay for white, because white is more active. So maybe the rook f8 check was underestimated or missed. I think this is a very important intermediate move before playing b6.
Well, yeah, king here and b6. Yeah, and I think he just assumed it was a draw. I think he just thought the game was over, wanted to get back to his room.
You thought he was not even considering rook f4?
Yeah, I think, like, I've prepared these long lines before, and sometimes my opponent finds the right ideas. Then I just think, okay, computer said 0.0. I'll find a way to force a draw. We're done. Like, you found all the best moves. Like, well done on the memory test. Let's go again tomorrow. I think that's just his mindset. I think he's probably seen it now. Probably he'll come back to the board and play quickly and act confident, because that's what he has to do.
The psychological games.
Big decision for Wei Yi, whether he will just go for the near immediate draw in the opposite colored bishop endgame, or will he want to push by playing rook takes f4? He clearly sees the move and he's just assessing how his chances are, whether to play or not. And while in the other game, we do have a couple of moves as well. This is the game, Sindarov versus Wei Yi, for the first place. But the World Cup this year gives 3 spots for the candidates tournament, meaning that the match between Yesipenko and Yakuboyev also has really high stakes. And it's looking good so far for Yesipenko if we bring back our 2-board view, perhaps to take a look as well on how things have progressed since we left it a few moves ago. Black has managed to castle since, and there was a trade of pieces with the knight of white retreating to g3, offering a bishop trade on f3.
Yeah, it's interesting that Yesipenko, he didn't really want to allow a bishop for knight exchange. He thought the knight was more powerful maybe than the light squared bishop. He still wants to attack, but it does feel like Yakuboyev still has some questions to answer.
But does Yesipenko really wants to attack? How?
Yeah, knight back on e4. I don't know.
I was wondering if f5 is possible with black or not.
Maybe we can jump into that board, try and figure out what's going through Yakuboyev's mind. He's down to just 36 minutes. He's only made 16 moves. So f5 for black. Yeah, I thought maybe white will combine, like putting rooks on the d file, knight on e4 with some kind of kingside attack, but probably don't even need to. If white gets that formation, then probably just positionally winning. So f5, good question. To keep this knight sidelined.
Well, I can go also f6 if I want to force you. Just that you don't have to think whether you take en passant or not.
Okay, I'll take en passant or on f6.
You take it, and I go rook takes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and on knight d4, rook f5.
You want me to weaken myself? He's reaching for his d pawn. This looks semi-healthy to me for black, at least. Doesn't look like there's anything immediate for white, but he looks like he's reaching for his d pawn. Unless my eyes are mistaken.
I think it's the d pawn, d6 or d5 instead of pushing the f pawn. Pawn to d5. Okay, so also inviting the en passant capture, but pushing a different pawn. The blue arrow showing that the best move, of course, is the forced en passant capture.
Yeah, that'll happen. White doesn't have f5 because of e5 being so weak. So, yeah, that's the only way to remind black that he has suddenly 2 isolated pawns on the queen side. What do we make of this?
Okay, so let's see. He takes d6. Bishop d6. And knight d4 seems to be the most natural continuation, right?
Yeah.
And I'm wondering what black has in mind.
Because c5 is hanging. Knight e7, maybe?
Then rook d1.
Rook d1, yeah. Rook a
then
d8
rook d
a bit loose.
Only move.
Yeah. These pawns are weak though. Queen f2. Queen f2, knight no.
Knight d5 is possible, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Or bishop c5? Bishop c5. Because knight d6, knight d3, but bishop c5 maybe wins the pawn.
But take?
Queen takes?
Queen takes, yeah.
Or you go queen b7?
Yeah, I was hoping to do something. Queen b8 or queen b7. Not sure which one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe queen b8.
Maybe queen b8, because that keeps an eye on the f4 pawn as well.
Mm-hmm. Although queen f2, and white might just be either positionally better or winning a pawn in a lot of these lines, but Yakubov's happy to play for activity. Very interesting.
Yeah, ed6 is not on the board yet because Yasipenko is away from the board. Otherwise, it will be no question to capture that.
Yeah. Otherwise, black might be better.
Yeah.
Don't want to risk that. ed6.
The battle of the two chairs, I think we will see that capture. So we go into that line again on what might be the best continuation for white after the trade on d6.
Mm-hmm.
It all seems very natural to bring the knight to e4, bring the rook to d1, and let black figure out how to not lose the pawn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I don't really see many ways to save it. Like c4 just feels odd. But maybe
feels
c4.
Too dangerous.
Yeah.
And after c4, queen e2?
Yeah, that's why, among other things, might just be losing this pawn. I was hoping for something like rook b8, but doesn't feel like it's going to be a long-term measure. Maybe even just rook b1. Maybe you can even take on c4.
You say after takes rook b2 is not possible to knight takes d6 and bishop c5?
Yes.
And then queen d2, rook f2, right?
Yes.
Beautiful tactical pattern, winning the exchange on f8. That will be quite a key line to calculate to make sure that there's no counter chances here in the second rank.
Yeah. Okay, let's make predictions. It's 4 minutes. He's just sat down. How long will it take him to play en passant?
2 minutes?
2 more?
I'm guessing two more minutes.
Yeah.
Because he has a lot of time, 56 minutes. So he's sitting there and being patient because it's a long classical game with a time advantage. I think he will spend a few minutes here. What do you think, Judith?
Well, decisions are very important right now in this stage of the event, as we see. I think he has to decide within 2 minutes, in order to... I mean, it would be not a good sign if he would be thinking more. But we have news in the other game. Look what happened. What was the decision for black?
Ooh.
I knew it.
Oh, we do need to catch up on the decision there because he had a big moment whether he wanted to sacrifice temporarily a piece and capture an f4 with his rook, which would have led to a quite promising endgame for him. But instead, he assessed his chances maybe not as high as we thought. And he goes for this opposite colored bishop endgame that could lead to a draw in not a very long time from now. David, what do you think of Wei's decision to go for the draw line, not trying to push in the other version?
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I was trying to read his body language before, and although he got excited for a second, I think he calmed down and realized, okay, it's an advantage, but it's not decisive or anything. And like he looks like, I don't want to speculate, but he does look a bit on the tired side. Maybe he just wants to get out of here. As we mentioned, a draw with black is always a decent result in knockout chess. There's nothing wrong with it. He's never worse here ever with black. Precisely 0 losing chances, I think. And he's still a bit more active. He's still got the outside pass pawns. So maybe he believes he can play this one out till move 30 and yeah, at the very minimum, it will be a draw anyway. Quick day, long day of rest, prep with white. Yeah, Sindarov dodging maybe a lot of suffering here, but I'm not shocked. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world for Wei Yi. Probably the other line he could have played on, and it would have been a 5-6 hour game, and maybe a draw anyway. So, Judith, are you disappointed in Wei Yi, or do you think it's understandable?
Well, I think it's understandable choice for him, because if he judges this position that actually here he can torture Sindarov for quite a bit, I think it is a very nice thing in a mini match that with black you're pressing. And in this position, at first it seems definitely black is more active. I mean, black has both of his rooks on the C and D open file. The bishop on E4, it seems to be the same as the E5, but because of the active rooks, it seems like a much better attacker right now for black. And white rooks are far, far, far away. It's more of a dream to get to the 7th rank. At the same time, for black can get to D3 with the rook. Black has a majority of pawns on the queen side. I mean, I can visualize at some point black plays king f7, plays h5, and creating some more weaknesses in the white camp. So I think it can be very dangerous for white with inaccurate play. And for psychological reasons, it is clear that black is playing for 2 results. Maybe not so big chance to win, but it's not funny to play this kind of position for an attacker, for playing it your first game with white for Sindarov. It's not a fun story for him. And the psychological element is also very important, not only the objectivity of the position. And I know that, okay, black was clearly better after the decision rook f4, which we discussed before we switched boards. But it's also true that, again, the engine shows that it's advantage. We understand that it's advantage for black because rook 2 pawns versus 1 bishop and knight, it's better. At the same time, you have your risk of blundering. And as we've seen with Yasipenko, he did blunder. Okay, it was a shortening time control, but when you end up in hour 5 and 6 with such a stress level, it can happen, okay? Maybe it's not the right approach, but it can happen. And they are already experienced players to that. So I'm not blaming Wei to make this decision, because it was not a winning alternative for him. It was just objectively a better position. But here, psychologically, he can press much more.
That's a great point, Judy, that he's not playing this to make a quick draw. He's playing this because it's safe and he can still press. And white will need to precisely defend. How should white defend David? Do you have any suggestions for Sindarov here, who is now thinking what to do after rook to d8?
Yeah, it's definitely not easy. Like, the longer I look at it, the more I think I would be very unhappy here with white. And that's why I'm kind of less disappointed in Wei Yi's decision not to play rook takes f4 than I am in Sindarov's position, where he played rook b1. I think rook b1 is just a terrible move earlier. Psychologically, showing negativity, he just wants to get out of there with a draw. Objectively, it had something wrong with it. And practically, now he's just suffering for the rest of the game, rather than playing a pawn up position of strength, probably equal anyway. To answer your question, Anna, I think I would want to do something with like rook e1, maybe king on f2, just to block any like rook d3s with rook e3. Maybe if I trade off one set of rooks, I'm not sure how much that helps, but I think I would breathe a bit of a sigh of relief if the white king is active at least. Yeah, if there's one open file, then even if black somehow wins the a2 pawn, if white gets an active rook on the 7th rank, then big counterplay. So I'd probably start with something like probably rook e1, king f2, then might be rook d3. So maybe rook e1, king f2. If I get the opportunity, then I'll run with my king forward, maybe. But yeah, I think at least set up the blockade first. The rook on f1.
Would you like to
too early?
David, would you like to run king f2, king g3, h4, g5, or that's only in my head?
That was also in my head. Probably h6 will block off king g5, unfortunately, but yeah. It was in my head too. Tilburg 91, king f2.
Yes.
King g3, king h4.
But that was a winning plan, not an escaping plan.
True. Yeah, I don't see anything active to do. Like, I think f5 probably. I mean, it might just lose something immediately after bishop d3, but although there's rook f4 there, nah, f5 just can't be good. So just I think has to play more conservatively here.
Are you sure?
I don't know about f5 or.
Yeah, if because this is always a question in these kind of positions. I think whether am I going to play passive and show me what you have, or we say no, we cannot go passive. We still always have to be looking for activity. And okay, the first question is also, as you said it before, if we exchange one pair of rooks, not that I can exchange it immediately, but let's say if I could. Would it be the solution immediately? And I think actually it is. If white rook could be from f1 to jump as a knight and go to d2, I think that would be a clear cut for a draw. At the same time, I cannot do it. So I'm one tempo behind in realizing this dream of exchanging one pair of rooks. But if we check f5, is it a possibility for white to do so?
Oh, I thought the bar would drop, but no. So rook
yeah,
d5
you were
is
very
one move.
carefully making this move, yeah, f5, and waiting the magic of the bar to a1, yeah, to a2 or something.
I thought it would drop to at least a3, but no, he's going to touch his pawn, his h pawn.
For his h pawn.
His king, no? H pawn
or the king. It felt like he was reaching for the h pawn, but that would be quite an interesting decision.
What? h3? That looks odd.
If you go h, then I think you go h4.
h4
to try to push.
I don't like it.
Further
d3. Rook d3, king h2, or maybe. I'm scared I'm going to get mated now with white somehow.
So white has a majority of pawns, 3 pawns against 2 pawns on the king side, and he might want to try to create a pass pawn, which is logical, but what is scary, I think, for us, and why neither of you considered h4, is that there seems to be problems about the white king, problems with the black piece's activity. It doesn't feel like you get a free hand that just go and try to create a pass pawn quickly.
He's playing nervous moves. Like that f5 we mentioned, though, like we got distracted by the h4, but here, for example, if rook d5, how does white keep the pawn? Is it really bishop b8? Or?
I think bishop g3 you can simply go, don't you think so?
Oh, wait, of course b7 is hanging. Okay, I'm blind. That was bishop g3 and b7 will hang. Okay, how about if king f7 instead?
Instead of rook d5, you mean?
Yeah, instead of rook d5, yeah. Just asking white, like, why he's played f5. Maybe rook g8
rook
sometimes.
f4. I want to go rook f4. But maybe not here, because rook g8 and rook c1 and rook g2.
And the h-pawn about to be touched again. Sindarov is very consistent about wanting to push on the king side, but not the f-pawn.
I cannot
we've
believe
got 3
if he
more
goes
minutes.
h-pawn. No.
He always nearly touches things and then he always takes it back. It's always like 3 minutes between him first doing it and him making the actual move. And there we go, h3.
Pawn to h3. What do we think of this decision? So he's creating some space for the king on h2 in case of rook to d3.
You know
Judith,
what he
are
wants
your
to do?
thoughts on this? Yes.
I think... No, but that's not correct. No, what I'm thinking. I was thinking that maybe he wants to go rook f2 and rook d2. This is why he makes space for his king on h2. He wants to go king h2 next, and then rook f2 and rook d2.
And try to trade a pair of rooks, as both of you mentioned. That would be something to alleviate the tension here.
I don't
did
like
you think that
H3.
wasn't correct? Feels wrong, but I don't see any refutation. Like rook d3 is just one hit, and the king moves. Not the end of the world.
Okay, so rook d3, king h2, rook a4.
Yeah,
Ooh, threatening to double rooks on the third rank, and the h3 pawn would fall. What can white do about that?
And then rook c1. And on rook a3, you give it check, check, and I cannot go king e6 because you take on h7, I go rook d1, and you lose. No. I go rook a3 and I win.
Oh, he's playing rook to b3 immediately. He does not want to allow this. So instead of king to h2, he has played rook to b3, immediately offering a rook trade. But that does give up the second rank. Does he... What is his idea after rook to d2? Just going back to b2?
Mm-hmm. Rook b2.
Wow. That is very calm defense. Very concrete. Very, very concrete.
So he's using the rook trade as a strong card here to play every time Black has an attack, Black has a threat. He's gonna threaten to trade a pair of rooks. Wow, that is very forcing in a way, because you either trade or you will have to be repeating some of those rook moves. What happens here as you're analyzing David after rook c2, rook f2, and the opposite card bishop endgame would be a draw?
Yeah, probably it
Is
just is a
h3
draw in
then
general.
a genius move? We didn't really consider h3 as a very good move for white, but Sindarov has found a very forcing way to defend.
Yeah. Wow. Very impressive. Like, I would never even have dreamed of this, but he's holding it together. I don't see anything now for Black to keep the rooks on. If you go back, then you're basically saying, okay, probably it's a draw anyway. If you want to win, you probably have to go back at some point. Probably now.
At the same time, if I go back, let's say, to d7,
Yep.
what do you do?
Good question. Rook b2.
King f7. I understand your jokes. King f7.
King h2.
And then I go rook d3.
Ah, you stopped me. But now rook f... Ah, you're going to go rook a4.
No, I go rook c1.
Ah, wait, that was even better. You even told me that earlier in a different variation.
I have two rooks and a bishop.
Whoops, that is checkmate. Okay, I found one way to lose the game. How not to lose here? Yes, he should keep the rooks on at least for a few more moves where he's controlling the open files. He's not risking anything. But on the logic of earlier, not taking on f4, probably he's going to bail out with a draw now. What?
You think he's going to be just exchanging the rooks and rook c2 and simplify and go home, prepare for his second game?
I have a feeling.
He might.
What about rook?
I think because of the mini-match situation that you both already described, this is the first game with the black pieces. A draw is not a bad result in a mini-match, and then prepare for that white game and push with the white pieces. Unless he still sees some spark in the position after retreating with the rook and keeping the rooks on the board.
But that was an interesting line. Please don't stop. Rook b3 takes rook b4.
Rook d1? No.
I'm not sure you go rook d1, you know? Maybe you go rook e1.
Rook e1. Okay. Bishop. That's clever first. And then bishop d5. Maybe then.
And then rook d1. One of the options. And
now, oof. One of these.
Well, maybe rook d7 even better.
Yeah, rook d7.
And keep it rook g7, rook h7, and keep the king cut off.
Yeah, this is way too high risk. Now the
Well,
white
it's
bishop's fully
black,
gone.
black risking, right?
Yeah, exactly. So he won't take on b3.
Well, he can take on b3 and go rook c2.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, after that also rook d1. No, I go rook d1, I play for a win. You're laughing. I would do that. Why not?
No. I know you would. And I'd be scared.
And you would certainly switch.
I would. Especially if the white king gets to g3, one sets a rook off the board. Like,
okay, let's dream further. The king gets to g5.
Yeah. It won't stop there. Okay.
So a lot of ideas for white we have found. Is there anything that we can find for black? He probably, if he wants to play on, he will keep the rook on the d file to avoid risking his chances of getting worse. Rook to d7 and king f7, the ideas that you analyzed, Judith and David. Is it something where you might see some sparks? He might see that keeping the tension, keeping the game going can benefit him? Or will he take the practical decision of going for a draw? What's your prediction, Judith? And then, of course, David, I want to hear your prediction too.
Hard question, because if you play on, you should have some idea as well, because just making moves, it's not going to help you by any means. So, of course, if he wants to simplify the position, go for a draw, he goes rook d2. He goes rook d2, rook b2, rook d3. Or takes on b2 and rook c2. Or he just goes back rook d7. But answering your question, I would go rook d7 in his place. Just try a little longer.
Yeah. And I agree. I would probably play rook d7. Unless I'm in the World Cup final and I'm really, really tired, then maybe I'll play rook d2.
David, you're the best. It's the best ever answer in such a situation. I will take it. I will tell that it's your pattern, but it's the best ever answer. Wow.
Thank you. Just trying to put myself in his shoes. Yeah.
So Anna, what do you think of these answers? What's your take on it?
I think David has convinced me that if I were to play the finals at the World Cup, hypothetically, I might go for the draw, save some energy, and prepare for my game with the white pieces, because there's not much left to play for in this endgame. And he might be regretting his decision of not going for rook takes f4. We don't know what he saw there. That seemed like it was the best chance for black if he wanted to try. To go for that endgame where he would have had a rook fighting against two minor pieces, but it was a rook and two pawns against two minor pieces of white. So it's interesting that he didn't go for that decision. He felt like he had some chances here, but h3, rook b3, such a precise defense by Sindarov. I would not be surprised if we see a draw in this game with maybe the rook move, rook d2, rook d3, the repetition of moves. If Wei Yi wants to make a draw, he can do that in several ways, but that would be one of them. Or just trade both rooks in the line with rook d2, rook b2, and rook c2. Definitely something that Wei Yi is considering is whether to play on or not. That's why he's thinking. And if he wants to play on, as you said, Judith, he needs to show some ideas. He cannot just continue making moves. If you decide to play on, you need some ideas and plans here. So I think the three of us are predicting this could be heading toward a draw, but we will be heading for our break actually and leave it with a cliffhanger, whether Wei Yi wants to continue or not. And I do want to remind our viewers that we have a sale. The annual holiday sale of Chess Up is on now. Until December the 1st, you can save $100 on your Chess Up 2 board. This is a physical electronic board that syncs to your chess.com rated games, which you can then save and analyze on chess.com. With built-in Wi-Fi, a touchscreen, and touch-sense pieces, Chess Up 2 supports players of all levels. So to get the discount, all you need to do is use !ChessUp in the chat or the promo code CHESS to unlock $100 off till December the 1st, the lowest price of their holiday sale season. I did play on this board against Grandmaster Eamon Hambleton, and I had so much fun, so I would definitely recommend that you check out what this board can do for you and for your chess. We will take a short break, and when we are back, will Waggy continue? This is the big question in the game for the first place at the World Cup. See you in just a moment.
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel. If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with Chess Up 2? That's right. With Chess Up 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow.
Simply connect your chess.com account to our state-of-the-art Chess Up 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With Chess Up 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves, like they have on chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the Chess Up 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With Chess Up 2, you can fully take advantage of the chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy Chess Up, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
We have some ChatGPT questions,
Okay.
which you can read and then, just show to the camera.
All right, thank you. You have been at the top of the chess world for many years. What has kept you motivated to continue pushing for excellence, even achieving so much? I am a very curious person, and I just want to know and want to see what happens. I am enjoying the game of chess a lot, especially the freestyle chess. And I am a person who accepts my drawbacks as a chess player, and I want to learn and improve. And that's what actually keeps me going. You have faced against some of the strongest players of your generation. Who has been the most difficult opponent for you and why? The most difficult opponent for me, I had many difficult opponents, but definitely Magnus is one of the difficult opponents because he's a fierce opponent. He's not a person who is satisfied with having like an easy game. He wants to fight in every single game, and that has been educational and also very interesting. Another tough opponent for me has been traditionally Vladimir Kramnik because, well, it's just in the openings, he was giving me nightmares. Yeah. It was always difficult to play against him. Yeah. Your matchups with Magnus Carlsen have been intense. What do you consider the biggest challenge when facing him? And how do you mentally prepare for such high-level encounters? I'm always excited to play against him. So even though, I haven't been too successful when facing him, but I've got some. I managed to win some games. I think our score in classical chess is, I think he won 18 and I won 8, or I don't know, something similar, yes. So it's pretty embarrassing, but I still want it because I enjoy challenge. The way I was preparing, I think intense battles require, when you feel your opponent is here to play very intensely and challenge you, you just need to kind of be relaxed and just get away from the emotional point of it. Because of course it's unpleasant. Throughout the years you're playing, everybody gives you respect, and here's a guy who wants to beat you. And if you let it go into your mind, it's going to be tough, to challenge it. So yeah, whenever I relaxed against Magnus, I think I played well.
Welcome back everyone to our coverage of the FIDE World Cup. This is the finals and the tense moment between Javokir, Sindarov and Wei Yi playing for the first place. Wei Yi had a big decision to make earlier on when a rook was lifted to the third rank, offering a trade of pieces. And what we see right now on the board, I think, is something we need to dive into, because at the moment the Chinese Grandmaster is down a rook. But this is just a temporary situation, isn't it, David?
That's right. He's found a flashy way to force a draw, probably from a position of strength. It looks like it's going to be an opposite color bishop endgame, maybe black being a pawn up. But we'll do a quick action replay. We left it after rook to b3. I'm a bit ashamed of myself that I didn't suggest rook c2. I only thought about it very briefly. Yeah, we should have seen that, Judith, right? After rook c2, rook takes rook, check, king moves, rook takes pawn, discover check. And I don't think white can move forward with the king without allowing another check. And there we see the bar drop, because black can now keep the rooks on the board. And this is a huge advantage now for black. Extra pawn, big trouble with the a pawn as well. So probably white has to throw one of the rooks in the way.
But sorry, David, what about rook g3, rook ff3? It's also okay.
Yeah. In this position, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, in that position, sorry. If king moves, king h1, rook g3, rook ff3. Then I take on h3. No, I don't. But bishop takes, maybe, to keep the rooks on the board, right?
King h2.
Check. And I can't escape?
Simply bishop e4 or bishop something. Sorry.
Bishop e4, maybe, yeah. And then
got confused in this endgame.
But I think you're right, though. Like, yeah, it's a weird position. Like, one of the rooks has to go in the way. Probably this one, right?
No.
Rook g3 and now king h2.
Well, I think both rooks are okay.
Yeah, probably. Wait, which one did I just...
It doesn't matter which one you put there. And after the main idea is rook g3, king h2.
Mm-hmm. And this should be a draw. Should. I always say should in an opposite color bishop endgame, but this one... Yeah.
Well, this is not very difficult. I guess.
White will...
Maybe a4.
a4? Mm-hmm.
So black would be up a pawn, but with the opposite colored bishops on the board, this is a very likely draw. As you said, though, David, it would be a draw from being the one that has the extra pawn, a position of power, and you've got the black pieces in a mini match, so not a best start for Wei Yi. And he went for the variation that still poses some questions to Sindarov, because he still needs to calculate that king to h2 variation. He needs to figure out which rook to place on f3. So some practical decisions, some pragmatic and correct accurate moves still need to be found by Sindarov. So where he, even if he went for this variation, it's still testing Sindarov as much as he can in this equal position.
Well, I'm sorry, guys, but I still don't like the decision Sindarov made, h3. I mean, basically,
Even if it was
he
enough
went
for a
into...
draw.
Yeah, but okay, you're really saying that I'm begging for a draw.
Yeah. But then surely,
His
Judith, you
decision
should blame
with
rook
rook to
b1.
b1, right? Like we were saying earlier, his decision with rook to b1 was also not only questioned by the computer, but just from the human perspective of you're trying to force a draw when you could have continued with the position with an extra pawn where, yes, black has compensation, but you at least have your extra pawn and you can continue the game. But instead, he was trying to force a draw. He was trying to get out of the playing hole, and that probably is not a good sign for the match.
No, he just yeah. Since rook b1, something goes wrong in this direction. What can he be thinking of now? Basically, he's thinking of which rook to play to f3, right? Because the question is if rook f1 to f3, rook g3, king h2. But hold on, maybe not. No, maybe not king h2 was his plan. What about going rook d3 to e3? Bishop just goes back, yeah? Bishop c6. Why am I losing this?
Yeah. Wait, what? Bishop takes, check there.
Again, I make the same mistake. Check, rook g2, and bishop goes back. Okay. Sorry about that. So, okay, rook g3, rook f3, rook g3, king h2.
So he's thinking of whether he should go for this and keep rooks on.
Whether he goes rook, yeah, keeps the rook on, yeah, to go rook d7. No, but rook d7, rook h3 even possible.
Oof. Check. Nice.
I'm not sure it wins, but I wouldn't like to try it.
Yeah. He should just get rooks off.
But okay, the question is maybe he wants to go rook d8 check, rook d7. What do you think of that?
Rook check, rook d7, but he's still a pawn down, eh? And rook a3.
And yeah, rook f2, rook a3.
Or rook, yeah, or rook.
Not very funny. But okay, so let's go on with the rook exchange on f3.
Oh, sorry. Here we go.
After rook g3, king h2. Takes. Maybe the best move is bishop b8. And after a
maybe somewhere
6. It's not obvious that it's a draw. I'm sorry.
Yeah. How about your a4 in this position? I quite like this one.
My problem with a4 was that you can go any way b6.
b6.
And after bishop b8, a6. After this, you go bishop c6.
Yeah, if I just give you the a pawns.
But how can you be so generous?
I'm a generous guy, Judith. You should know
I didn't think that we are such a good friends that
David,
you're
we
giving.
know you. No. David sacrificing pawns. What's going on? No.
I don't know what happened, but you can do the same thing without the a7 pawn, right?
But
don't
surely
be so
it's still
generous,
fine.
I think. Okay.
But why not?
Okay, good. No, you're a very nice guy. You give all the pawns you have on the board, and then I shouldn't complain. You're right. Don't complain when they give you presents. King f7, king e6.
Oh, now I got to be a bit careful. I'll play h4. Oh,
king f5. King f5.
But even if my point, I'm just trying to show that my point here.
You want to give all the other pawns also. King g4 takes.
I want to give up everything, and I just want to sit in the corner.
How can this be not? Ah, that's why you're so generous.
Told you, Judith.
That's the reason.
David, do you want to elaborate on your plan on why you have been so generous? Why this is a draw, even if you take everything off of the board on the king side?
Yeah, because it's the wrong color. The A pawns promote on a dark square. Black only has a light squared bishop. So even here, like you can play bishop takes g5 always, and just give up your bishop as long as you eliminate the whole whole king side. King in the corner, more than enough for the draw. Sorry, I was forcing us towards that line, but I just wanted to show why.
No, you're
It's
absolutely
very
right.
instructive. Yeah, very instructive. Bishop and 2 extra pawns for black would not be enough because of that theoretical draw. There's a lot of things to consider here for Sindarov, and he has been thinking for already over 10 minutes. So this is a good practical chance for Wei Yi, at least when it comes to this pressure and tension. Judith, I see you have an idea. Let's analyze what you wanted to say there.
Yeah, I have one more question because David was so generous. Let us see if he's generous in my other line also, because there he will not be so generous, I think. Rook f3, rook at g3, king takes, a4, and after a4 I go b6, and after you go a5 or king g3, whatever, a5, b5.
Yeah, here I was a bit more worried, but a6,
b4.
Yeah.
B4, bishop d6. No, no.
B4, bishop d4,
No.
b3, king f2, bishop b5, king e3, take. Yeah, oh wait, I'm hanging the h pawn. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, the race we're calculating is something like this. White can't go and take. But the question is whether I can run my king over now.
Bishop b5.
King here.
Takes.
Take. King
Bishop c8.
Here. Bishop c8. How is this? This wasn't my plan.
The engine is still on your side. I just don't understand exactly why. Probably because no, you can just simply go h4, and you're going to be holding up the king, the 2 pawns, and the bishop on the other side. You're just holding up the other side. King c3, and then you put bishop on f6, bishop d8, bishop g5, and I cannot do anything, I think.
King here, bishop g5, king here. Let's say white waits, but
yeah,
there'll come a time. Oh my god, this is just a draw, isn't it?
Rook d to f3 has been the choice of Sindarov.
Yeah. If that line is a draw, then anything is a draw in the rook and pawning and the bishop endgame, which is good news. So he blocked. Yeah.
But it's interesting that he was thinking so long. It was unexpected to me because actually every way you get to the same position.
Yeah. I think he's just trying to work out exactly how to place his pawns here.
So maybe he will not even play a4. Maybe he just plays a3 and goes with the king to the other side.
So this is the bishop endgame that Judith and David have been analyzing in depth, and how it is still a bit tricky for white to hold up a pawn for Wei Yi, but opposite colored bishops usually gives very good drawing chances for the defender.
Yeah, I think this is 95% or more chance of a draw.
This is not how it started for Sindarov.
No. It was 20 moves of theory. 20 moves
Would you
prep.
think after he played g4 with full of energy that this is the position he will have to defend? I wouldn't give it that.
No, he must have been really nervous because that decision when he played rook to b1 to try to force a draw He had so many other moves that he could have played to keep the tension, but he could not. He wanted to release the tension, and that's why he's now slightly worse in this endgame that should be a draw, but he's the one who has to decide precisely.
Yeah, he'll hold the draw. Like as Judith said, if the king side all holds together, even without the white king, then anything should be fine. King G3.
Yes, but tempis
A3,
count, you know?
Mhm.
Still, like King G3, Bishop D5. Let's say he does not want to give the A2 pawn and goes A3. Let's see what he plays.
Pawn to
A4.
A4, your original idea, Judith, to try to make sure that black pawns cannot advance easily on the queen side.
Yeah. And the idea is to play A5, Bishop D4, and totally block those pawns on dart squares. So that's why we're looking at this B6 move. But suddenly, will he be forced into one of those variations where he is down the A and B pawns? And I mean, that was the scariest.
Well,
of them
he
all
can
that we were
force, but he can force to have B5 pawn, and then that's only one pawn.
looking. Costs a few tempi
So-
to do that.
Well, yeah.
I'm predicting B6. I think that's the only real winning chance. Just to force white to spend a few tempi with the bishop if he really wants to force the trades, the exchanges off the board. Maybe we go to the 2-board split because this one should be a draw. We'll see how Wei tries to put pressure. We'll
No,
see
no,
how
no,
Sindarov
no, no, no,
tries to-
no. No, this
Okay.
is a clear draw. Sorry to interrupt. But after
Show me.
A4, if you go B6, we go Bishop D4, and then we go A5, so to force the black to
Oh.
have an A pawn.
B6.
Bishop D4,
Or
and then A5 takes, and then we
A5.
get what you did. The only thing is that I can even take on A7.
Yeah. But the white king is a bit further away.
So then we don't waste time of taking on A7.
Stealing my ideas, Judith.
Yeah, I'm learning fast.
Bishop somewhere. Start running with the king into the corner.
King E6, King E3.
Yeah. King F5, I don't know, H4 or something. Yeah. The bar's dropping, but I think it's still draw.
We could be heading in that direction. And as you said, David, there has been a lot of action on the other board as well. So this game is for the first place at the World Cup, but the other match matters too because there's still one more qualification spot to the 2026 Candidates Tournament, and that will go to either Andrei Yesipenko or Nodirbek Yakuboyev. If we catch up with the action, maybe just a quick action replay, David, on how have the pieces traded off so quickly? We had a very full of pieces middle game with the forced en passant, of course.
Yeah, we left it just after the en passant. Quick action replay. Black playing D5. That was captured. Takes. And we were mostly looking at knight to E4. But F5 was played. Yeah, I was also going to suggest this earlier, but I was curious what would happen after bishop takes knight. We actually found out the answer. Queens came off the board. Takes. And C4 was played. And Yesipenko didn't play rook F4, which I was maybe expecting. Instead, he took on E6. He took rooks off the board. Wow, he really wants to simplify everything. Rook to D1. Only white can win, but has he left himself with enough ammunition to do that? Has he left himself with enough pieces, resources? Black will probably get counterplay with the knight at some point, either in D3 or G4. And what do we think here? Is this a good practical try for Yesipenko?
I don't like what he
like
did because black is at. You like it?
I don't know. I just in a practical sense, like he low on energy. Yesterday was a hard day. Like he's playing again, no risk, 2 results. I like the position. I don't like the fact he could have had more. I think that's the problem.
Well, probably knight e5 immediately.
Mm-hmm. Knight e5. Yep. Rook d6, maybe.
Yeah.
Trying to force you to decide. Probably knight d3 or rook b8. Maybe rook b8.
It feels like at least in case of knight d3, white can use that moment to push the b pawn because of undermining the knight. So rook b8 seems to be necessary.
Yeah, that's a good point, Anna. Like the right way round. Because now rook takes pawn, then knight d3.
Or knight g4.
Or now knight g4,
With
actually,
back
yeah.
rank checkmate ideas, I like that too.
I mean,
bishop
yeah,
c1.
I mean, you can go bishop c1,
Very
yeah?
passive.
But then rook d8.
Very passive. Rook d8, rook e1. Or maybe king. King f1.
King f1.
Oh, white's
Rook
close
d3.
to consolidating. Rook d3. Rook e4, maybe. It's not so easy to calculate for black. No force draws, at least.
It's not.
Yeah, I like your knight e5 to start. Rook b8 maybe
But
is the
maybe
other.
there is better. Maybe there is something better.
Yeah, he could start with rook b8 as well, as you're highlighting similar ideas, but immediately attacking the pawn on b2. After rook d6, I guess we will transpose because the knight has to go somewhere, and e5 is the most active square.
Yeah, this is quite important then. Like, okay, let's say rook takes pawn.
Knight g4, bishop c1. Knight d3 maybe after all.
Yeah, maybe knight d3. Does give up the a pawn though. I don't know if that's important or not. Bishop a7.
a7 pawn?
Or do I go for bishop d4 and then rook e7 type of idea?
Yeah, that's something I was worried about with white.
I think this is unpleasant, with 17 minutes, 16 minutes now for black. I think he's getting a bit nervous.
I agree with you that it still is plenty of ways in which black can go wrong, and with the time advantage on Yesipenko's side, as well as it is black who has to find really precise and accurate moves, and it's not that easy. None of those lines were leading to anything that straightforward. I think he will go for these ideas because what else can he do? Black has to play actively. Otherwise, what do you have to show for losing a pawn or two? Rook d6 is a threat. If the knight moves away, the a7 pawn falls as well. So there is no way that black can hold on to those pawns. All you have is activity. He has to go for those ideas.
Talking about activity, can I try to play rook c8 now?
Ooh,
or is
very
too
active.
passive?
Rook c8, and if I go to
rook
d7,
d7.
No.
I thought you want to take the pawn with rook d6, king f7, rook d7, and grab the a7 pawn. I was so generous to you, and no pawn grabbing? What happened, David?
I've changed my ways after I realized I could sacrifice 3 pawns and hold a opposite color bishop again. And here you wanted rook a8.
Yeah, or even to play e5. Maybe,
Oh, wow.
I don't know. Looking for compensation, but maybe it's too optimistic, I think. It's just a pawn.
Yeah. I wanted the pawn, I just wanted to do it without allowing the black king out. Yeah, I'm really surprised the computer says 0.0. It's really deceptive because black probably has to find not only a few forced moves, but also like long-lasting compensation or a deep plan. I don't think there's any way to immediately guarantee a draw. Very difficult.
Yeah, there are counterplays, like on b2 there is a weakness. The knight, if you can visualize it on g4 or on d3. Knight d5 would be also a great spot, but somehow it's not fast enough. What about
It seems like
e5?
the black attack, well, the counter attack that you have been analyzing, Judith, by the way, the computer agrees with all of those ideas, even with the knight maneuver all the way to g4, that line that you have analyzed, according to the engine, that's one of the best. And in that final moment of the king f1, if we just go back to that position that you both have already shown, the computer just says king to f7 to push the rook away, and whenever white plays something like rook e4, that's when you give a check, and then you play rook to d3 to attack the pawn on g3. And this is how the computer wants to defend it, with this concrete idea that the white rook either has to block, or now you have the problem of the pawn. We might be heading in this direction because rook b8 is on the board, and this line is pretty forcing after rook to d6. The knight has to go.
Yeah, that was very important. The pendulum rook d1 check, white blocks, then you go away. If white ever moves, you give a check. And yeah, that's maybe the way to force things. 8 minutes on the clock, though.
Initiative is always important. And none of us will be surprised if black holds it, right?
No. Accuracy is needed, but I think he'll find that. He has enough time, probably just about.
But again, if the pawn would be on f3 or h3, white would have a huge advantage.
Very true. This damaged pawn structure is the main problem of white, and that's why the extra pawn is not enough.
There extra pawn, yes, indeed.
Yeah, it's not even about the fact they're doubled. It's just they don't take away squares from the black knight. Yeah.
Why do you think if the pawns would be on the double pawn would be on the h file, h2, h3?
Oh, maybe F2,
would you like
F3,
it more? I know, not a nice question.
F2, F3. I can put my king on G2.
There's weak squares around the king, but yeah, the healthier pawn structure, Judy, that you said, that's appealing.
No, because David said it's only about the squares, he said. So why not to have double pawn on h2 and h3?
If you give me f2 and f4, then I think I'm winning. Take away squares. No, not easy. Probably a draw now. What do we think about Yesipenko's choices? It feels a bit like Wei Yi, where Wei Yi was like doing the minimum, could have gone a bit more ambitious. It feels like Yesipenko's just been happy to exchange, keep a bit of time on the clock, and yeah, maybe he's been losing some of his advantage with every exchange there's been.
And it's a very tough spot to be in with these mini matches. Any inaccuracy can cost you the game and can cost you the match. And they are playing for the one remaining qualification spot to the candidates tournament. I think it shows, and the fatigue. It's just right on cue. Yesipenko with the yawn. They have been playing for 3 weeks now. This tournament is so brutal and so long. He blundered the rook yesterday because of the fatigue against Wei Yi in the tiebreaks. It just goes to show how difficult it is to make it all the way in the World Cup. Such a long, such a brutal format, and we see more mistakes than usual, and also decisions that are more on the safe side.
It's interesting. I don't know what you guys think about it, but I think in chess, in professional chess, it's not very common to have a mental trainer, mental coach. We always hear about the professional chess advisor. At the same time, we don't hear about the psychological advisor. What do you think?
Yeah, very few players work with psychologists, or in case of Gukesh, I think he did work with a guru in India as well as Pragnananda, but it's not common. You are right. It is not common at all. And it is a mind sport. You would think that it's very important too, to have a life coach, a psychologist, someone that can help you with the psychological side of chess.
David, you know a lot of top players. You talk to them. You know the insights of their problems. They debate with themselves their inner fights. What do you think was the reason that I hear very few people who are working during the tournament, also not before the tournament, but also during the tournament, they don't have such a people to work with?
Yeah, that's a good question. Like you're right. I've struggled myself during tournaments. I've spoken to lots of friends. I've worked with people during tournaments who were up and down. Like one mistake in a game, they'd be beating themselves up. I once got a call at 4 a.m. in the morning from someone who had a huge game the next day, but he couldn't get over the fact he'd blundered in a winning position and it slipped to a draw. And he was so upset. And yeah, like in hindsight, like I don't know why I didn't suggest, oh, you should speak to someone, or I don't know why I never did it myself. It was only when Gukesh and others started doing it recently that I was like, wait, of course, like that's the most obvious thing in the world. Other sports are so professional now. Chess is more professional than ever. But still, I don't know, maybe it's a stigma. Like chess players, we're proud. We think we can do it on the board. We're often control freaks, like on and off the chessboard. We want to be like, okay, I'm in control. I know how to deal with this. I'm so experienced. I've been in this position 100 times. But yeah, I mean,
But
I think
do you
it
think
definitely gives
it's
them advantage.
because I also talk with people and I speak with not such a strong players, and that I know that some of them they have such a help, but their chess is not such a high level. So the question is whether do they feel like, I know of course like the old guys, my competitors like Gelfand and all those guys, or Peter, for example, Waco, he also said, well, he doesn't believe that they can add so much. That are we afraid of sharing our thoughts with some professional and not allowing them to help, or we just or they just think that, well, they cannot help anyway. What do they understand about chess?
Mm-hmm. I think both of those. Like I actually ended up speaking to someone last year, and that was after trying to find someone for a while, but I was like, oh, they don't understand. They were trying to make analogies with other sports that they'd worked with, and I was like, it's totally different. That's a team sport. That's totally like there's no similarities here. But then I did speak to someone who does know a little bit of chess, not like super high level, but that helped a lot. So I think there is skepticism, old school way of thinking. There's probably no right or wrong. Some people need it, some people don't. It will help some people. Some people it might just trigger them more. And yeah, it's hard
And
to
what
say.
do you
Like,
think? I have another question. What do you think? How much players would benefit from learning more about themselves, to know yourself better course?
oh, I think a lot. I think self-awareness is mostly good. You don't want it to be to the extent where like you know your own weaknesses and that's all you can think about. Like I'm like, oh, I hate these open, wild, chaotic positions. I got to steer clear. Got to steer clear. Got to steer. But I don't know, Anna. It's a tough question, right? I think in general, it shouldn't be a bad thing to know more about your own preferences, your own strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah, but I'm not
100%
talking.
agree. Yeah. And that self-awareness, I think, would be helpful in chess. It's very helpful in life too. And you are right. Not many top players work with coaches. We've been confirmed by our team, of course, that Gukesh did work during the World Championship match with the mentality coach of the Indian cricket team, Paddy Upton. And maybe this will start something that more and more top players will think of that. We are heading for this forcing line. I think, Judith, your question, by the way, is a really important one. And it could be changing how chess players view this topic, and also to train their mindset, to train their approach, and how to deal with some of those moments that, for instance, Yesipenko had to deal with by blundering his rook yesterday, and now he needs to play for the qualification spot to the candidates. Judith, since you asked us, I would love to know your thoughts on that too before we go back into the analysis of this position.
Well, for me, it's very interesting to talk about it, and I'm also learning quite a bit. And as I'm very much deeply in education with my own program and trying to figure out what the future of education is, I'm engaged a lot on this topic about self-awareness and how much it can help to benefit for youngsters. And I believe that it can for chess players as well, to know yourself better and understand yourself better with what kind of decisions you're able to make. Of course, you have to work on yourself all the time, I believe. And I do believe that if I would be still a competitive player, then I think I would be thinking very strongly to work on my self awareness. And also, just the other day, I was telling my husband that if I would be still professional, I would be also learning body language.
Interesting. Interesting. And what you can tell from the opponent's posture, the way they are
Exactly.
thinking. Not many
Exactly.
players do that. You have pointed out two fields where top players could still make big improvements if they wanted to go in that direction, if it's not something that would suit them. What do you think of the body language of the players here, by the way, and this line that we have analyzed where white will end up being a pawn up, but black is very active?
I think generally of course, chess players, I mean, both of you also, of course, you could always understand some of the body language of your opponent, right? But it's by experience, by the moves, right? But if you think about when I listen presentations and talks and speaking with experts, body language is a much deeper, and there are so many obvious things about our own body language and about our opponents or who you are negotiating with or dealing or talking, that you can just, even if you just understand the very basic things of how your opponent feels like, right? Comfortable, nervous, doubtful, whatever. There are very basic things which would help, I think, everyone to understand. And also, if you understand those, you can also maybe give different impression by yourself or working on yourself and do better. So I think, generally speaking, in chess it's important, but also if you zoom out from professional chess as a human being to grow yourself, it is important. So for me, it's all these things are very interesting to develop, because I mean, if someone, I was really much focused from a very young age on chess. And obviously 30 years ago, I was not even thinking or hearing about these things. So it's only now that I'm exploring these, but I think it's very interesting in your personal growth and your professional growth as well.
100%.
Everyone's so good now. Like, the margins are so small. You need any 0.1% advantage over your opponent. Like the World Cup, we've seen all these top 2700s kind of fall early. My theory is that some of them were quite tired. They played so much this year, so many tournaments, like non-stop, barely any breaks. And like some of the players, they have support networks. We've seen Sindarov's brother, his coach and everything, but they've kind of acted as unofficial, probably mental coaches, like getting them motivated, keeping them calm, going for walks with them. Like probably they can double as chess seconds, family members, mental coaches. But I think it's really important. And it's no coincidence that you often see the biggest jumps in players like at lower levels once they start to become more aware of what types of positions they want, what they enjoy, what they want to avoid, like self-awareness. Yeah, it's I think it's really, really important.
Well, I was very fortunate simply to have my sisters and that I had that support in my career, that it was not something very conscious. It just simply happened to be that way, that I had two older sisters who were more experienced. They were playing more tournaments ahead of me, and I just got that support. And but it was nothing scientific, right? But it was just a natural way of growing up for me. But there are so many things that you can do it based on scientific research and also by experience.
And while we are discussing these really important topics, we do have some important moves to discuss on our other board as well. The bishop endgame between Sindarov and Wei Yi. It's an extra pawn for the Chinese grandmaster, but there doesn't seem to be a way through. Oftentimes opposite colored bishop endgames are a draw, and that's for the reason that we see on the board that white has a blockade on the dark squares on the king side, and the white king has marched all the way to the queen side. let's check in with the last couple of moves, David, on how we got here. And is there any further ways for Wei Yi to try? Can he push?
Yeah, very quick action replay. We left it after a4, and we saw both kings improve. White played this move a5. This is what Judith was saying earlier, basically forcing one of the black pawns to trade off. If black doesn't play that now, then might never be a chance. The white bishop will happily block the queen side now. The white king will keep the king side safe. So we did see Wei Yi push, meaning he had a pass pawn, but one is normally not enough in these opposite color bishop end games. And it's a plan that Judith also mentioned earlier, that actually the bishop holds the pawns nice and safely while the king does the work on the other side of the board. And yeah, to catch up here, I think any time black's king comes forward, there's bishop g5 to defend. If black ever plays h6, then white's bishop can just go to g7 and remind black that now you've got a pawn on a dark square. So we'll see most likely a handshake any moment now. Reading the body language as an expert here, I'm going to say Wei Yi doesn't believe he's going to win this game.
But you trick us, because it's not only the body language. The thing is that you're an expert yourself and you understand that there is no way that he can win.
I had to try.
And the
there we
handshake,
go.
that was a great try, David, and you have called it. Judith has called it. This is a draw in the first game of the finals between Sindarov and Wei Yi. Tomorrow they will be back with opposite colors. So Wei Yi, comfortable draw with the black pieces, and he will have the white pieces tomorrow to try and push in the classical game. David, your call on how this game went from the preparation of Sindarov that started well, but then Wei Yi having the upper hand.
Yeah, very impressive preparation from both sides. Sindarov to play a novelty quite early, sacrificing a piece. That wasn't taken. He went on the attack, but equally impressive from Wei Yi to throw away a pawn with d3, first of all, then to calmly take a pawn on b2, which turned out to be a very clever move. I think Sindarov, the big mistake was rook b1. That meant he was on the back foot for the rest of the game, but ultimately he was never lost at any point, and he defended when he needed to. Wei Yi, it would have been fun for us as spectators to see what would have happened if he'd gone for rook takes f4, rook and two pawns versus two pieces, but it wasn't to be. And I think, yeah, a decent result. We'll start again tomorrow. Wei Yi will have white, but whether that's enough is a big question. I think a fair result to start off that final.
Fair result indeed, and we still have, of course, the other game underway. This is for the third place, but that third place is very precious this year at the World Cup because there's still a qualification spot left for the candidates tournament. We could highlight, by the way, that has never been the case. It's always been 2 spots from the World Cup, but this year there is no qualification for the runner-up of the World Championship match. That has been taken away, surprisingly, by FIDE, and giving an extra spot from the World Cup to the candidates tournament. Judith, how do you see that change, that the runner-up no longer gets a qualification to the candidates?
Well, it changes quite a bit of being stable for the runner-up. In some ways, he should have received for the candidates. It would be nice to see him in the candidates tournament. At the same time, it's only 8 spot. So I also understand that everybody has to go from scratch. And okay, you were there at the playing the World Championship title match, and then you go back and you have some advantages, but not exactly that immediately you are already in the candidates tournament. So there are pros and cons for that. It's very hard to develop a very correct and sound and perfect system. As we see continuously, very clearly, the players are very smart and they pinpoint very directly why the system is not so good. And as we've seen Nakamura playing before, we've seen Firuza, that they just did everything according to the rules, but they made for themselves much simpler to be part of the candidates tournament. So it's not so easy to figure out the best way, though I can say that I like very much the candidates tournament format, that whoever wins the event will be the challenger for the World Championship match.
David, I wanted to ask you the same question. I think Judith has broken it down perfectly. But when it comes to the candidates and the path to the candidates, would you have any suggestions for improvement? What would be, you think, a fair system? I know it's really hard and it's just so confusing, really hard to explain it to the audience as well on how do you make it to the candidates tournament?
Yeah, I mean, these 8 spots, I like the idea of a FIDE circuit, but I think they should be then FIDE tournaments or tournaments that are kind of declared as circuit tournaments before the year begins. Often a tournament springs up last minute and it's suddenly given those FIDE circuit points and others don't get the opportunity. It might be a round robin tournament that are invitationals only, and those get FIDE circuit points over others. I think the FIDE circuit for me is the biggest problem. I quite like the challenger spot. Like maybe there could be like a minimum activity requirement. So Ding could get a spot in the candidates, for example, but would have to play enough over the course of 2 years. I think same for the rating spot. Like there was a 40 game requirement. Hikaru, of course, has met that. But maybe if you want to avoid any rating manipulation questions, then there should be an average rating of opponents or some quantifier for that. But in general, I like the fact it's a meritocracy and they're trying to say, okay, you have to win your spot there through a knockout or like the World Cup or through a Grand Swiss. I think 3 in the World Cup is a lot. Like I'm not sure I would have done that if it were me choosing. But then again, it's out of our control. FIDE knows best. FIDE gives and they take. I mean, Ding, I guess he was slightly fortunate to qualify for the World Championship title. So the fact he's not going to be in the candidates this time, yeah, it's all swings and roundabouts in the end. It all balances out.
Yeah, it's an interesting system, and there certainly is room for improvement. But the players are taking the rules as they can. They are not the ones making up the rules, and Hikaru is also playing by the rules to get the qualification spot for the rating requirement. And that was the case, of course, with Firouzja as well. So we can't complain about the players. We can probably continue complaining about the format, and hopefully there will be overall improvements in the world of chess. But for now, this game is for that one remaining qualification spot from the World Cup. And Yesipenko, with the extra pawn, is trying to get something out of this endgame where Black's activity is compensating for the lack of the pawn. If we go back into this position in analysis mode, the rook has retreated now to e2. How should Black proceed? Judith, how do you see this endgame?
Well, right now, rook e2 was the last move. So White is ready to play after rook d1 check to go back to e1. Now the question is, I think, for Black, whether is he ready to go rook d3 immediately, or does Black want to include rook d1 check first and after that rook d3 attacking the g3 pawn? And then the question is for White that probably he would be going, well, either repeating moves by playing rook e4. Maybe that's an option for White, or to go bishop f4 and try to hold on his g3 pawn. So let's say rook d3 immediately. I mean, it seems like Black will have rook d2.
Maybe. I want to get the rooks off or get active. I think this is why he went rook e2 rather than rook e4 or rook e1.
That's the trick, yeah?
Suddenly...
Even here, I'm not sure you're going to be able to win the game. If I exchange the rooks on d2.
Ah, okay.
Is it
Even
winning?
Should
be, yeah? Because you're going to go some pass pawn, b3, b4.
Yeah. If you had your pawn on a4, then I would agree.
Yeah. So maybe just rook d1 first is better, not to allow White to do things like that. Check. And then rook d3.
Mm-hmm. Now maybe your bishop f4.
And then I was thinking, can I go h6?
Mm-hmm. King e2 or rook e4. King e2? I don't know.
g5?
Yeah. Bishop b8 or something. I don't know. Maybe this feels a bit odd with my bishop. I thought I was going rook d1, but then rook e3 check is always annoying. So.
On rook e3, you go king d2.
Yes.
Rook d3, king c1.
Yes.
And who did it benefit that your king is on c1 instead of e2? This is the question. So what happens if I keep your queen on king on e2, but then you're threatening with rook f1, rook f3, I think.
Mm-hmm.
If I go, let's say... By the way,
But
can
maybe...
I go rook d7?
Yeah, maybe you go around now.
Yeah.
Getting trapped. Oh dear.
Oh, yeah. Your bishop is in trouble.
Yeah, I don't like bishop b8. I'm going to ask for a take back, Judith, if you allow me.
Go and take it back, but I'm happy if you're... What are you going to do? To go back to c1, or are you just begging for a draw?
I want to play rook e4, and if you play g5, I'm going to try and take it, maybe. After rook e4.
Rook e4. What about rook d1?
Yep. Then I have to move.
Look at what he played. Rook d5.
Wait.
A bit of a different idea. Can we see how it compares to the ideas that Judith and David, the two of you, have been analyzing? Rook to d5. Potential rook lift through the fifth rank over to the king side. That would be checkmate. Rook h5, rook h1. Not a bad idea, to threaten checkmate.
Yeah.
Unexpected.
But what about this rook d2 idea we mentioned earlier? Try and get the rook active. Is he going rook h5 anyway?
There is an idea, I think, also to go rook a5 at some point and to weaken the pawn on a2. On rook d2, I don't know what black wants.
Maybe rook a5 anyway, like you said. Or rook h5 first?
Rook h5.
But king e2.
King e2. Rook h2.
Rook h2. Yeah. Or maybe there's rook e5 check as well.
Ah, that's interesting.
Maybe. King doesn't have so many good squares. If I come
That's
forward,
very
I might get
unpleasant
mated.
for black. Knight h2.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I don't know
White
if I'm
is
brave
in
enough
danger. Rook e1.
Yeah, rook e1, and then probably a draw.
At the least, that would be a draw.
Yeah, at the least.
This could be his main idea, the forcing lines with the checks on the fifth rank, and the white king doesn't really have where to hide.
Mm-hmm.
But don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, that black has 3 minutes.
Very good point,
Oh,
Judith. This is move 29. He still needs to play 11 more moves to get an extra half an hour. So big time pressure and time trouble for Yakuboyev in a very concrete line. I think he has figured it out so far, but he needs to continue playing this precisely. With rook to d5 now, the question is over to Yesipenko on how he's going to deal with these ideas on the fifth rank.
And you know also why he went rook d5. Very interesting idea, by the way, because suddenly there are such a new patterns in the position, new ideas, rook a5, rook b5, rook h5, rook f5. But also, if white goes bishop f4, g5 is there.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't have to waste time with h6, g5.
I think I would probably play rook e4 with white and say, okay, we've both shown we know where to put our rooks, and then rook d1, rook e1 feels like a better square for white.
Mm-hmm.
Although maybe still there, rook d5. Maybe this is just a great square. We were so attracted to looking at this pawn on g3. Maybe it's more important to get access to other lines.
I like rook d5.
Mm-hmm.
The more I look at it, the more I like it. Because it's a lot of new ideas behind it.
Especially with the white rook on e2, you are right, David, that maybe for white it would be beneficial if he could repeat the position and get the rook at least on the back rank, so you have the e2 square for the king. But that might not happen, because after that check and rook e1, maybe black will decide, now I'm going rook to d3 and putting pressure on the g3 pawn. So several ideas for black to use the initiative and the activity of his pieces. It looks like Yakuboyev is holding his ground, down a pawn, but very active pieces. Time trouble for him, but so far he has been defending very precisely. And I also think that it wouldn't be surprising if Yesipenko at some point feels like he wants to bail out, because there are moments, some of the positions you analyzed, the white king was getting into too much trouble. So it's of course also that risk factor and assessing how much should he push here with the white pieces to not go too far.
I agree.
It's all in the body language. What does his body tell us? He doesn't look too happy. He doesn't think he's winning.
Well, I think
trying to get motivated.
Yakuboyev is very happy looking at his body language. He's confident that
Nodding
he's
a little
okay with
bit,
his position.
confident. Yeah, I agree. He does seem confident. He sees those ideas. He knows that he has a couple of those tools to keep the initiative here and compensate for the pawn. While for Yesipenko, it's not easy to find a way to make progress.
Mm-hmm.
You remember, guys, knight d6, f5, attack. Where is that?
Very
It's
faint
gone.
memory of the attack that Yesipenko could have had he gone for the more straightforward approach right after the opening. You are right, Judith, that was quite a missed chance for Andrei Yesipenko, and he must have seen that line. He must have seen the move, but he assessed the more safe, more flexible approach as the better one for the match.
Black is very active in this position. Black has everything to claim the full compensation for the pawn.
Mm-hmm. I think the clock is the one thing that might stop Yakuboyev if Yesipenko can find a way to test him or force him to be accurate. But it feels like Black has so many options right now that probably
So
the clock isn't so relevant.
what will Black do on king e1?
Mm-hmm. King e1. Good question.
Maybe even knight e5, yeah?
Yeah.
Another
knight e5 's more
idea
tempting.
behind rook d5.
But maybe if the white bishop gets a better square.
Bishop e3 and bishop
Yeah,
d4
maybe.
will be a good spot.
Oh. And then the bar says no. Why not? But maybe there's just no good square for the king.
Mm-hmm.
King f1, maybe check, and then back to e5.
Ah, and it's immediate problem for white.
Maybe. Yeah. And if bishop f2 doesn't feel right.
But okay, king g1. No, I go king g1. You go rook e5, I go b3.
Okay, b3.
And waiting for you to fall into my trap.
And
And you don't want to. But okay.
Not yet.
I'll wait.
You want me to go knight c1?
Then rook f2.
Whoops. Check. And then and the rook blocks. But yeah, after b3, maybe king g6 or something. Or king e6, I'm not sure. Knight c1 now is my idea.
Yeah, bc4, knight c1, rook c2. You take on g3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's also the question, like in this position, instead of rook e5, maybe I could go rook... Oh, sorry, maybe I'll do it here. Rook a5. You mentioned this is one of the other ideas.
Mm-hmm.
Judith. Now you can't play your beloved b3.
Not very advised to do so. Indeed.
Can we show it on the board? It's still so pretty. It looks like White's king should be safe. This is just an endgame, right? You shouldn't get checkmated.
Whoops. Yeah. The knight's just too strong. With checkmate
strong.
in the
The knights are strong.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like if we were to have that position with the king on e1 and knight e5, the only way for white to keep the advantage is to push b3 immediately to undermine that future knight outpost. And if knight d3, king to d1, and claim that there is nothing going on with the discovered checks because the king will make it to c2 or you block depending on what black plays.
That's a great trick.
That's the trick. That's the trick that might catch out Yakuboev. That b3. So king e1 first. Knight e5 is maybe the most natural move. Oof.
That would be a chance for Yasipenko. If we end up in that variation, that's finally some chance for white.
I'm going to give it one of these. Brilliant. Just allowing the discover check is so cool. Rook d2 to block.
Knight f4, rook d2, and the g2 pawn cannot be taken because the knight will be trapped.
Yeah. Goodbye, Mr. Knight. We'll find out what he plays. Is king e1?
Might be heading in this direction. The king is on e1. So if black wants to go for the knight maneuver, which looks very logical, knight to e5, knight d3, there's a slight backlash with b3 being a really strong move if Yasipenko finds it after knight to e5.
Wow.
Of course, knight e5 is not the only move for Yakuboev, but he only has 3 minutes to make this decision.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, it's difficult because like knight e5 actually stops the black rook ever coming to d3. Like normally b3 you want to meet with like rook d3 and then you go behind and take a pawn or something along those lines. Not easy. Maybe he just needs to wait. But how? A5.
Oh, he's
going
reaching
to play
for
knight
the
e5.
knight. He's going for the straightforward line, but it might not be the best here for black. I think you're right, David, that he needs to wait. He needs to play something like into f6 and just sit on this position and not move the knight away. He has played knight to e5. It's not a blunder, but it does give white the chance to push b3, after which black's defense is no longer simple. It might not be enough anymore to hold.
Wow. b3. I think he takes the lead if he plays b3.
I agree. But was his plan to go b3? Because knight e5 was a move which he did not miss. It's clear that that was the most natural move to play.
That'll feel like a cold shower.
For sure. He is looking in that direction. I think he will play b3. I'm going to predict b3. Because otherwise, why would you step into this knight fork?
Well, when I said king e1, I didn't see b3.
You would have seen it after, Judith. We all know your abilities. You would have played it. You would be like, that knight needs to be kicked out in the future. I need my pawn on b3 in all those positions. I think you would have figured it out easily.
It's possible to figure it out, of course. But for example, I don't know if Yasipenko had this idea beforehand to go king e1 and after knight e5 to play b3. Because it's a very unique, very fine tactics, right? That you're allowing knight d3 and you go into this incredible line on d1 and you allow the knight to make, how you say, what kind of move? Like jumping away? Discover check, yeah. And then you can go rook d2. So it's like, it doesn't seem right at first, intuitively. At the same time, by concrete means, it works. And we didn't even see anything similar idea in the whole game.
He has played it. He has touched the b-pawn and he pushed it to the b3 square. This is on the board. Yasipenko finds the best move. And now the pressure is on Yakuboev. 2.5 minutes left for this back grandmaster. And his position is getting worse.
But I have the feeling that Yasipenko, now look at his body language again. Now I'm focused. b3. You blundered it. I surprised you and you have no time.
when he played b3, he kind of looked at Yakubov as well. He was like, "Oh, I bet you didn't see that one coming.
Yeah.
Good luck with your clock situation. Now we play. Now we fight." Game
And
on.
you're
Yeah,
right,
like-
David, that it's because of the knight on e5 that these are possible, because black always had rook to d3 in situations like this. If white wanted to push b3 in any other moment, there was rook d3 picking up the pawns on the third rank, or offering the repetition of moves with the rooks back and forth. But wow, this now is game on, and Yesipenko applying the pressure on the board and the time as well. Can Yakuboyev find the right way to continue? And what is the best defense here with 2 minutes left on the clock? He plays the knight check.
Ooh, the bar thinks that made things worse. That made matters even worse now for Yakuboyev. Probably because you never really want to take the bishop off the board. Rook and pawn endgame. The black king is actually cut off on the e-file. White's going to make a pass c-pawn. The white rook on e3 will be super stable, just defend everything on the king side. And white can just push. So the knight on d3, maybe not a great piece. But it's hard to know what else. He's panicking.
Well, now the question is maybe black blundered, for example, if we can we get an analyzing board, because it's a very concrete line. If knight takes c1, king c1, c takes b3, takes, rook d3, and black might think that double attack, and even like the c pawn is not so strong, white can go rook f2 and rook f3 maybe?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's the key indeed. So white will keep the pawn advantage.
Mm-hmm. And okay, king c2 probably. Something along these lines. Maybe there's something even better. Totally winning.
What is interesting that if... Yeah.
I think he was about to reach for the knight. And that rook endgame, white can keep the pawn. And what a pawn that is. A protected pass pawn on c4 in the variation that David has shown. And white is going to make substantial progress on the queen side now, with the king heading towards c2. Only half a minute left for Yakuboyev, and a very tough endgame to hold. He plays pawn to h5.
Oh. Now the white bishop is going to come to life. It's going to sit on a beautiful square like d4.
Well, now you
very
mean bishop
king.
the move. B takes c4 seems not the best, right? Because of knight e5 and gaining back, or knight b2 check and gaining back the pawn and blockading it.
Yeah, he's about to develop the bishop instead. You are right. He's going bishop to d2. Bishop e3 seemed very promising too, but he goes for the more solid approach. Get the bishop to block the d file.
Yeah, bishop e3 looked amazing. Like, put the bishop on d4, king on c2, and it's GG. But
yeah, I wonder why he didn't go for it. He might have started to see ghost as well to make sure that there's nothing going on the d file. Still, of course, advantage for white. And what's going to happen to the c4 pawn is now one of the questions.
Mm-hmm. Still knight b2 if the pawn is taken next move, but probably white will play king c2 first. Rook attacks the pawn.
Well, white is gaining a bigger and bigger advantage, right?
Mm-hmm.
Rook a5.
He's forcing Yesipenko to put the bishop on
to play the best
diagonal.
move, yeah? Bishop e3.
Yeah. Now it's easier with no discover check on the d file. Yeah, this is suddenly...
But maybe Yesipenko might have thought that after bishop e3 immediately, if we go back and move, then knight f4 check, and after rook d2, knight g2 was possible. Though it's still a problem for black. White cannot take the rook immediately, but bishop a7 or just bishop d4, and the knight is still trapped.
Yeah.
That would have been a beautiful tactical pattern. He might have missed it. That might be the reason why he didn't go for the more active bishop to e3. But now he's forced, and the blue arrow is showing that that's the only way white can keep his substantial advantage. He's got to find it. He's got to move the bishop to guard the pawn on a2 and activate the bishop further. I think he will play it.
There is no other move, is there?
He's reaching for the bishop. I agree with you, Judith. It doesn't look like he has any other alternative but to find the best move. Bishop to e3 is on the board.
It's such an illusion. This knight, it looks so strong on d3, but it's actually like almost trapped. Like the bishop on d4 will just close the door, and there's no way home for that knight. Under 30 seconds now. Danger time.
20 seconds left. He's reaching for the a pawn, pushes a6, offering the c4 pawn up for grab. White can take on c4, or white can improve the bishop with bishop to d4.
Well, b takes c4 does not seem a bad move at all, as knight e5, trying to grab back the pawn is not possible to bishop b6.
Very important, yes.
So taking the pawn, and after that bishop d4 will trap the knight. It's hard to imagine that Esipenko would not win this game.
He'll be up 2 pawns, and even though they are doubled and isolated, the knight is in trouble on d3, has no way back after bishop d4. So if the pawn is gone on c4 and the white bishop is on d4, the black knight is nearly trapped in that position.
Yeah, we said it right. The moment that this b3 came on the board, it's just the shock of it. Like, even if black had some miraculous way to survive, I think the shock of it was enough. Like, black has no more stability.
Well, after king e1, the problem was for black that the most natural moves were actually bad moves. And of course, when you're short on time, it's very hard to resist when you want to play fast, not to play the most obvious and good-looking moves.
Yeah.
True, the path after king e1 was really hard to find with low time management. Yakolev has been in time trouble for so long already. And the body language has changed as well, Judith. We talked about that earlier. Now we clearly see a Yasipenko that's confident and sees his chances. He is getting very close to claiming a win in this game, and that would give him the lead in this mini match that is for the candidate spot.
Yeah, it's hard to it's hard to not want him to get that candidate spot after what happened yesterday. It would be heartbreaking if Yasipenko didn't make it now. But then again, for Yakubov, who's been so good, especially in the classical, it would also feel tough on him. Both players deserve to be here. But yeah, it just looks like Yasipenko is going to get the job done in this first game.
But you know what?
It's been
For Yasipenko, if he would not win this game, it would be much more painful than the blunder of the rook yesterday.
Ooh, that's a big judgment call. But yeah, they'd be equally, I think, equally painful.
Well, I mean, here the qualification is halfway in his hand, and the victory is 80% in his hand, and he knows it. He knows it that in this game, it's like, there is no way I don't win. I just have to focus a little bit. Because yesterday, in the end of that game, it was pretty drawish. And but in this game, he had all the way the upper hand. He was from the very beginning. He showed that he was pressing. He could have even a better earlier. He could take the initiative much faster. So he just outplayed his opponent several times.
That's a good point, Judith. And he does take the pawn. He's up now 2 pawns, going for the idea with bishop to d4. That knight on d3 is struggling. Only half a minute left for Nadirbek Yakuboyev, and time is not even his biggest problem in this position, unfortunately, for the Uzbek Grandmaster.
Rook and bishop just tend to work better than rook and knight, like so many endgames, unless the knight has a stable square that it can sit on forever. Rook and bishop, like, even if they're passive, somehow they can grip squares so nicely. And rook e5, the last try from Yakubov now.
Well, 10 moves ago, this is not exactly what the way we were thinking, no? When the knight was on g4 and the bishop was on c1. But once you give...
Square. g4 was permanent, d3 wasn't.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. Important squares.
Rook to e5 to pin the bishop, although it's not a pin because the white king is guarding the rook, so white could just continue with bishop to d4 and offer a rook trade.
King c2 is also great, I think. After knight c5, rook check on f2, and then move the bishop. But before, maybe bishop d4 was just much better instead of b takes c4.
Yeah. Looks good enough now. Would you... I'm going to ask you both of this. Would you rather play a bishop versus knight endgame now with the extra c-pawns, or would you rather play a rook endgame with the extra c-pawns? Because probably you could do either. Like bishop d4 probably forces the rooks off, and then black will get out via b2, but not a great square for the knight. Or would you rather go king c2, like Judah said, knight c5, rook check? Very minimum, you can take that knight off the board and advance the king forward. Which do you think is the
tricky question, David?
Maybe they're both just winning.
I like my chances in the minor piece endgame. I think those extra pawns are very healthy, and the bishop being a very good piece when it comes to long range and the action on both sides of the board. While the knight will be struggling to maneuver to the right squares and is very slow.
Mm-hmm.
I don't exchange my rooks.
No.
No, because I'm afraid. I'm afraid that after bishop d4, I give away my advantage. I take on e2, king e2, knight b2, c5, g6. And if black comes with the king to e6, d5, I will not win. And I will be very angry at myself.
Yeah, g6. Yeah, if the black knight gets to c6 now and king on e6.
Well, yeah. I don't know if I get there.
Though. c6, c7, that pawn is running. I think the black knight, if it could block, that would be the case. But that pawn is so fast.
C6,
yeah, maybe.
And you can never take it because the king and pawn endgame will be losing. So even if the black knight magically makes it all the way back to threaten the pawn, you still are not threatening anything.
Yeah, this looks quite good.
True.
Yeah, the white king can.
Yeah, this looks good. I agree.
You've convinced me, Anna. I was on the fence, like just to show the other line, like king c2.
And what about bishop d4, rook a5?
Bishop d4, rook a5.
Still some tension, and Yakoboyev with a fighting chance. I agree, Judy, that this is not as clear as it seems. There's no knockout.
King c2. This was my argument that knight c5, I would probably just take it and just go with the king. White.
And we end up in a rook game, my friend. Eventually, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. Turns out both are winning.
So you made it, everybody is right.
Everyone's happy.
Yeah.
Bishop d4, and it's actually black who can choose which endgame to suffer in.
By the way, I have a question, and if after bishop d4 takes on e2, knight b2, c5, I give up the g7 pawn? It's too much.
Bishop d4 is on the board, by the way, so Yakoboyev, to decide which endgame he will try to defend, he plays rook to g5 instantly, keeping the rook and the knight on the board as of now.
But I think now immediately some material loss, isn't it? King c2, rook g3, bishop e3.
That's trapped.
Ooh.
That's just resigns, I think. King c2, bishop e3, and we'll see a handshake.
There is no way out for the knight. This is the knight trapping that we've been talking about, and that beautiful double attack with bishop to f4. Judy, you called it, immediately spotted it. There is no way out for the black knight. White is completely winning now.
Well, you can have king c2, knight c5, and we are back where the discussion started. Rook endgame or not rook endgame.
That's probably the best chance for Yakoboyev, at least to not lose the knight, go to c5, allow the trades, accept a rook endgame with 2 pawns down, but white's pawns are doubled on the c5, so 2 passed pawns but doubled.
Is he going to lose fast or quickly? That's the big question. Under 1 minute now. He knows knight c5 is hopeless, but it's the only way to struggle on for a bit longer. Rook takes g3. He's gambling that Yasipenko doesn't see bishop e3, but he played king c2 in a heartbeat. Of course, he's seen bishop e3.
And he's reaching for the pawn. He's reaching for the pawn on g3. I feel like we might see rook takes pawn, after which bishop e3 is a winning move for Yasipenko.
Maybe he'll try one last trick and play rook takes g2 there.
Rook takes with 6 seconds left on the clock for Yakuboyev. Yasipenko now has a winning move, bishop to e3, to block the rook's defense over the d3 knight. And after knight jump to e5, bishop f4 will be a double attack, winning a piece. This is game over.
Bishop e3. After rook takes g2, luckily there's king takes knight, and that is winning. That's just it. It really reminds me Yakubov's run of Abbasov in the last World Cup. It's like you beat all these strong players, you make it so far, the semifinals. As soon as you lose a little bit of momentum, everything just falls apart. And he lost, of course, yesterday to Sindarov. Here he's about to lose again. Bishop e3 played, and Yakubov, body language expert here, says he's about to resign.
You can see it on his face. He knows it after bishop to e3. No further tricks. He is giving his hand as a resignation. Yasipenko wins the first game in their clash for the 3rd place and the remaining qualification spot to the 2026 Candidates Tournament. This is now a 1-point lead. And tomorrow, Yakuboyev will be in a must-win situation with the white pieces. David, what have we just witnessed, and how did the position collapse so quickly if we do an action replay? Because Black was defending really well for a long time.
Yeah, Black was doing so well, but he didn't have enough time on the clock. And ultimately, that was what cost him. If we rejoin this position, it was a pawn up for white. Andrei Yasipenko had been able to grab a pawn earlier, but Black's rook so active can swing either way. Black's knight on a beautiful square probably shouldn't have been touched. And this is where he started to go wrong. Perhaps a waiting move, such as improving his king, would have helped here. Pushing some pawns, maybe, just to say to white, there's no clear winning plan. b3, often very well met by rook to d3, with some big weaknesses in the white camp. But unfortunately, he played the most natural move, and it was a mistake. Knight back to e5, b3, just incredible move, allowing this discover check after a knight check. There's no way to profit from this, since the white rook will always block. For example, a knight check now, the white rook blocks. Pawn up, getting the rooks off the board. But we just saw things get from bad to worse. The pawn stepped forward, the knight found itself trapped, and in this position, there was simply no way home. He tried to pin, he tried to get out, but ultimately the cage was closed, and the only safe square for the knight would have been met by a fork double attack. Game over, and Yasipenko takes the lead.
He indeed takes the lead. That's our only decisive game of the day. The match for the first place between Sindarov and Wei Yi ended in a draw. Judith, your thoughts on today's games and how it's gonna go down tomorrow? Yakuboyev in a must-win situation while the other match is still wide open.
Well, what I can say, the Uzbek boys did not perform the best today, because in both games, it was, well, for Sindarov, it was not a good game, because while he had a great preparation, it seems like after that he lost the thread and he went completely on the wrong path, which actually gave him a bit of danger, or could have given him quite a big danger. He got away with it today, and he will understand it, of course, if he didn't understand it during the game. So that was a shaky start for him today. Tomorrow is another game. The pressure is on Wei, because he's playing with the white pieces. He has to make the decisions how much he's planning to press it, or he wants to move on to the playoff, or he doesn't mind it. Of course, the players must have a clear mindset about it. Which direction is it beneficial for them to move on to the playoffs, or it's not so beneficial? And in the other game for Yakuboyev, it will be extremely hard for him to recover after this loss, because I have the feeling he's also getting shortage in energy. But of course, at the same time, once you lose the first game and you're in a must-win situation, it's also easier to play sometimes, because you know it's double or nothing. So you don't really have to evaluate sometimes your decisions, which direction to make, because you know one thing, you do everything in order to win the game. You burn bridges because there is no way back for you. So you can give all in, and then you'll see what gets out of that one.
It will be the situation for Yakuboyev indeed. David, your thoughts on today's action? And we do see, by the way, Andrei Yesipenko, after his win, leaving the playing hall. Seems to be a rainy day in Goa, India today, but I don't think he will mind the weather. He has won a very important game in that matchup for the third place and the remaining qualification spot to the candidates, David.
Yeah, it's raining on his parade. He should be celebrating, but he knows the big job is tomorrow. It's the biggest day of their lives again tomorrow. Yesipenko, Yakuboyev. It's the last chance saloon for Yakuboyev. Yeah, I think today it's been a very impressive show from him. Like, yes, there were moments where he could have been more energetic, Yesipenko, but he always held control. Very professional performance. And yeah, I think he's a big favorite now. It's going to be tough for Yakuboyev to bounce back. In the other clash, the final, I think Wei Yi, yeah, he's got to be maybe a small favorite after what happened today and the way it happened, just because he has white. But if it is a draw, then I think in the tiebreaks it's back to 50-50. As our audience was saying earlier, as the chat was saying, such a close final we have in store. But this man looks like he might be set to join the candidates. And yeah, if he does, he's deserved it.
Very close to it, one step closer for sure, Andrei Yesipenko. And as you both highlighted, the other match is still so open, 50-50% according to our audience as well. We will be back tomorrow for game 2 of the finals. Who will win the World Cup and who will qualify to that remaining spot in the candidates tournament? Same time, same place. Thank you so much for being here with us, David, Judith. Always a pleasure. And from our entire production team, we would love to thank our audience for being here with us early or late or during the day, depending on what time is it for you. We appreciate your presence, and we would love to see you tomorrow for game 2 of the finals.
December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Welcome to the FIDE Online Chess Museum. The International Chess Federation proudly presents the FIDE Chess Museum, an online space celebrating the rich history and evolution of chess. Explore exhibits that trace the game's fascinating journey. Discover the origins of chess, beginning in the distant past, and follow FIDE's centenary journey. Rare chess sets, unique books and memorabilia, autographs of chess legends, trophies of historical tournaments, and stories of the chess champions. Explore the game's legacy and future. Chess is more than a game. It's a global culture of strategy and unity. Join us to experience this unique online journey where history, culture, and passion for chess converge. And also on your phone.